Good morning, it's Councillor Santos checking in. Can you hear me?
Good morning, Councillor Santos. Yes, you're coming through loud and clear. Thank you.
Councillor Dillon as well.
Good morning, Councillor. Yes, you're coming through loud and clear. Thank you.
Morning, Peter. Councillor Willens checking in.
Thank you, Councillor Willens. You're coming through loud and clear.
Great, thanks.
Morning, Peter Fortini.
Morning, Councillor Fortini. You're coming through loud and clear as well. Thank you.
Peter,
Good morning.
in the closed part of the, I believe it's in the budget. I may have a conflict on one of those, but I don't want to declare a conflict at the start because it would say what item it is. Do I declare, if I do have a conflict, do I declare in when we get into closed?
We can start in closed, and then depending on the nature of if it's a conflict or not, you can declare it, and then we can find a way to deal with it. Now, the items in closed are items that have previously been considered by council.
In open?
So I suggest we can talk about it in closed, or offline you and I can have a conversation, and I can't provide advice in terms of conflict of interest, but I can help.
No, I understand that, but I just don't want to, I don't want to divulge the item if I'm not supposed to.
Perhaps we can have a conversation about it, and then if that determines if you need to declare a conflict, then you can do it at the appropriate time, and it could start in closed session if it affects closed session business.
Okay, did you want to call me or?
Perhaps I'll send you an email, as we're just going to start the meeting in a moment.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Perfect, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Willens. Over to the clerk. We are returning from our recess of budget deliberations, and can the clerk do a roll call?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good morning, members of committee. I'll call your name. Please indicate your presence in today's meeting. Councillor Santos.
Present.
Councillor Vasante.
Present.
Councillor Willens.
I am here, thank you.
Councillor Paleshi.
President, good morning.
Good morning. Councillor Bowman.
Present.
Councillor Medeiros.
Here.
Councillor Williams.
Good morning, I'm here.
Good morning. Councillor Fortini.
Morning, I'm here.
Good morning. Thank you. Councillor Singh.
Present.
Thank you. Councillor Dillon.
Good morning.
Good morning. And Mayor Brown is present. All 11 members are present, Mr. Mayor. And Mr. Mayor, just before we get started, there is the order paper that was distributed by email to members this morning, which reflects the agenda that's available online. I wish to point out that over the weekend we did receive an additional delegation request for Budget Committee, but as Budget Committee has already had 2 sessions for delegations, our advice is that further delegation requests that come in will be routed to the special council meeting scheduled for Wednesday night, as there is a delegation portion on that meeting.
Okay. Now we saw a request from Councillor Willens to do, in regards to the in-camera. Did you want to start off with the in-camera?
That's entirely up to committee.
Yeah. Councillor Willens, was that your request that we start off with in-camera?
Well, I'm not sure because I was going to discuss it with Peter first, but if you want to start off and just go in camera and then we can decide and then come right back out and deal with everything in order. There's one item I may have to declare a conflict on.
We've held some items down because they relate to an in-camera portion. Maybe we could continue with items that don't have an in-camera portion, and then in that and then offline you can speak to Peter Fay about that.
Yeah, I'm good with that, as long as the clerk's okay with that, that we don't disrupt the order. If you want to just start and go ahead, and then I can go back and forth with Peter privately.
Okay, previously we held the items 8.1 and 8.3, so that would take us to 8.10, business license fees 2022 recommendations for adjustments.
Through you, Mr. Chair. So that item was held down. There was a motion introduced by Councillor Bowman, but it was held down for further information. That further information was provided, I believe, on Friday, and I believe it's under item 11.4, I think, on the published agenda.
Okay.
Excuse me, yes, 11.4. There is an attachment there, and we can bring up that attachment. Oh, we just passed it, Charlotte, I think. Right there, before that one.
And while the clerk is doing that, Councillor Bowman, if you have your motion, in light of the information.
I believe the motion was already given in, I guess, when we discussed this in council, and then we considered it in the budget session. And that was just that we give forgiveness for 1 year license fees to those businesses that were most impacted and were unable to open or earn any money at all during COVID.
Okay. Is there any speakers on this matter? Councillor Medeiros.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. I'm happy to support it, and I think originally I was seconding it, so happy to second it. I've heard from the same business folks and the business community as Councillor Bowman, especially the small sort of shops, sort of the personal care services industry, where they really didn't have those supports that other sort of businesses had. And I know what we're doing aligns with other jurisdictions, what they've done in other municipalities. So I'm happy to second it, and I think it's a good thing for us to pass today. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Medeiros. Certainly a nice gesture for a sector that was, and sectors that got battered during the pandemic with public health closures. With a motion on the floor, is there anyone opposed? Hearing none, the motion carries. This takes us to 8.14, Staff Report 2021 Corporate Asset Management Plan.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, this item had a staff presentation associated with it, and we do have staff from Hemson Consulting, I understand through city staff, are going to participate to deliver this presentation. I just went looking to staff to see, is there any introduction from finance staff or anybody before this presentation? This is item 8.14, 2021 Corporate Asset Management Plan.
Through the chair, yes, Peter, there's an introduction, excuse me, there's an introduction from staff and then a presentation from Hemson.
So we can bring in Andrew and Christopher.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor, members of council, members of the community and staff. My name is Amit Gupta, and I'm pleased to jointly present with Hemson findings of the city's second corporate asset management plan. Next slide, please. In 2015, the province of Ontario challenged municipalities to develop a comprehensive asset management plan, and subsequent regulations set a target of full maturity post-2025. In response, Council took immediate steps to approve resources through a corporate asset management office, which resulted in the first corporate asset management plan in 2016. Today, we are excited to share the outcomes of our work so far and present the next step in our asset management journey. Next slide, please. Since 2016, the city has made significant progress, and we are happy to present the 2021 Corporate Asset Management Plan with our partners, Hemson Consulting. Hemson will take us through the following key highlights: maturity assessment of the Corporate Asset Management Plan, revised infrastructure gap, strategic approaches to manage the infrastructure gap, and introduction of growth components in the asset management plan. For the next slide, I'll pass it on to Andrew from Henson to take us through the details.
Good morning, Mayor Brown and members of council. It's a pleasure to be here with you today. My name is Andrew Mirabella, Senior Consultant at Henson. And as Amit pointed out, the purpose of today's meeting is to provide an update and information on the asset management plan that we have been undertaking in conjunction with the city over the last several months. It has been a really great pleasure working with city staff. They've been extremely helpful in coming to this point today to present what we think is a very robust plan to start with, which will hopefully help with these deliberations and provide the city with certainly a framework going forward, at least part of this phase, to prepare for the regulatory requirements and meet the deadlines as prescribed by the province. So what we're going to be talking about today is going to really be a threefold exercise. We'll take an overview of the City of Brampton's assets, and with that we'll identify current maturity assessments to where the city is on the level of asset management, and how we've progressed over the last number of years. We'll look at the value and condition of the city's infrastructure. Then we'll kind of go through the second component, which is the full life cycle costing analysis, and take an examination review of the total life cycle activities considered in this asset management plan, and what those cumulative costs look like in order to make sure that we manage infrastructure sustainably over the following years. And then the third component is looking at the city's infrastructure gap, which really summarizes your cost and revenue analysis and provides what that 10-year gap looks like for the purposes of planning for future infrastructure requirements. So there's a fairly detailed presentation that I'm going to go through. I will try and be as concise as possible, but it is quite a bit of information to go through. So with that, we can go to the next slide. What we're going to hear from me is a lot of different key messages here, and overall, in our opinion and our assessment here, it's a fairly good news story here for the city. We've made very good progress to mature your asset management practices over the last number of years. And with that, there's been a completed strategic assessment of asset management policies, and we set up a roadmap for the future. Initiated departmental asset management plans for both transportation and stormwater services. And then we've also implemented initiatives to increase data confidence and reliability, which is extremely important from an asset management perspective, because this really is an ongoing process. And with those increased confidence and reliability and improvements, relaying that information to council has always been at the forefront of it, whether it's been through budget deliberations or through the state or local infrastructure reports. That's been one of the things that we've seen here that the city has done, and the CAMO office has continued to do over the last number of years. The replacement value of the infrastructure is estimated at $7 billion, excluding land, and that's represented in today's dollars. And with that $7 billion of infrastructure, overall the city's assets are in good condition. And that's a really good news for the story, and that's really reflective of the proactive means that you have taken over the last number of years to address your infrastructure needs. And all that good policy and practice that you've employed and the way the city manages your infrastructure is definitely reflected in that condition rating. I think the last point, despite the good effort and everything that's been done here, it's really just ensuring that the messaging here is that we need to continue along this asset management roadmap. There are regulations and regulatory requirements that need to be done, and they're all set out in the future through to 2025. And we need to make sure that we are managing and addressing your existing assets while balancing the infrastructure needs of the new assets that are put in place. Asset management really is a multi-year process, and it takes time for all those different facets of asset management to develop, and the city is certainly on track to do that. And in order to meet those timelines, but again, it is a very staged process, and we're certainly on par to continue to kind of meet those and exceed those timelines with what's being done so far. So if we go to the next slide, I'll talk a little bit about the current maturity assessment. And as we mentioned, it really is a multi-year process, and what the radar graph on the left looks at. It has all the different kind of areas or components of asset management, from inventory to replacement valuations, conditions, life cycle modeling, all different components kind of tracked. And you see the green line being the 2021 camp, and your 2016 line is your blue radar component. And then the black line around the rim is actually going to be the kind of your target, which will be achieved or intended to be achieved post 2025 with the regulatory requirements. And what we have, what this is really trying to demonstrate is that since 2016 to now, the city has improved on various elements of your asset management roadmap. Some areas kind of more advanced than others, but certainly moving along the trajectory. And really, we're trying to, instill the point here that we are moving along, and the requirements are to meet it by 2025, and we're on pace to do that. But it really is about building on the foundation that we have developed thus far and continue to make progress going forward. And when we get to that 2025 requirement and that target, it really can start to lend itself to a better data confidence rating, and all those different components of asset management can really translate into more informed recommendations that are evidence-based, and they comply with the provincial requirements. So certainly there's a benefit by the city continuing to move to that 2025 targets. When we get there, we'll have more risk-based evidence, our better condition methodologies. All those will help make better and make good informed decisions as it relates to your infrastructure. And so the story here is we're moving along, we're making progress. We've done quite a lot in the last 5 years, and we're going to continue to do quite a lot more in the next 5 years coming forward. So if we go to the next slide, I want to talk a little bit about some of the reporting structure that we see. And if you look at the report that we've prepared, and you'll see this responsibility view versus user view structure. And the report cards and the infrastructure and the assets are presented really in two views in this camp. We have what we're calling as a responsibility view, which looks at the assets that are under the service area that is actually responsible for managing them. And the user view shows the assets under the service area that's actually going to be using them. And there's a very distinct difference between them. What we see here in an example of animal services under a responsibility view, the Animal Services Department really is only responsible for managing the equipment that is used to provide that service. But when we look at things from a service area and a user view perspective, certainly in order to provide animal services, you would need the facility itself, and there might be software, and there's support fleet that are all used for it. And that's all the information, all the assets that are used to deliver that service. That's what we're calling the user view. But when this report card itself, we're also looking at the responsibility view, which is different when we had in 2016 camp and what we had in previous iterations, which was the user view perspective. So there's two distinct components there. We're showing both for complete transparency. There is no difference in the actual replacement value of the infrastructure, but it would show differently from one service area to the next in terms of the infrastructure that's actually managed by that particular service area. So again, it's an information piece for sure, and certainly there's a benefit to moving to that responsibility view, as it provides a more direct line of sight for that service area and what assets they're actually managing from, and from an asset management perspective, that's why we're really honing in on it. So that responsibility view is new in this 2021 camp, which we've never seen in the 2019 SOLI. So just to kind of keep that in mind if you did look through the report, there might be some differences in that perspective. So if we go to the next slide, we'll talk a little bit about the value of the City of Brampton's assets. And the City of Brampton's overall valuation is $7 billion. And what we have here on the left is the distribution of that $7 billion in terms of replacement value. Transportation infrastructure is certainly the biggest component of that total valuation, at about $2.9 billion. And we have facilities kind of tagging behind that at $1.4 billion at 21%, and stormwater infrastructure right after that at about $1.34 billion. And this graph is represented under that responsibility view. So you see here the facilities component actually represents a bigger portion than you would have seen potentially in the previous SOLI. That's because it includes all facilities, and that includes recreation, It includes libraries, it includes fire. All facilities that the city manages is under that umbrella there. And second to that, we see here is how that valuation has grown over the last number of years. And since 2016, we had a valuation when we started the camp at about 5.1 billion, and we're up to about $7 billion. And much of that, has a couple different attributing factors to it. One, over the years, the infrastructure has grown just in value by the rate of inflation and above it. Second, there's just been better data maturity along with it, and with that, we have a better job and better handle on our infrastructure, which is also increasing the valuation. And the third component is that the city has obviously continued to grow over those years and has added new infrastructure and facilities, which gets added to the base value and how we see that growing year over year. We expect that to continue to mature as the city advances its AM process. If we go to the next slide, you might ask the question of, well, okay, that's $7 billion. How does that compare? How does that relate to the condition of it? And as I mentioned, overall city assets are in good condition. And when we look at that, almost 80% is in that good to very good category. We have about 15% of the assets in fair condition, and really only 1% of the assets in that very poor condition category. One thing I do want to be clear about and qualify here is that assets that are classified in poor or very poor are not considered to be unsafe or preclude the assets from delivering those services. We are making the note here from the asset management perspective, so the city now has the ability to look at them and address them and to really identify and qualify what assets need to be looked at for repair and replacement. What we have on the table on the right is breaking down that $71 million in very poor assets. And we see that it kind of stretches from different service areas, from library and recreation to parks to IT, and then kind of some comments as to what it actually relates to. One thing that I will note, and we'll see it on the coming slides, is that a portion of those very poor assets are actually based on a condition assessment that's age-based. So they might be overdue just by virtue of the design life, and with relatively short useful lives. So it's a data element to it that as we continue to progress and mature, some of those elements might be improved just from a data cleaning standpoint. In other areas, that it's actually condition based, and we've identified it as in very poor, and most of that is actually being addressed through regular budgeting practices. So that's important to note. And then the other important component of that is there's going to be elements in here such as IT, where there's just frequent replacements of the infrastructure due to short useful lives and trying to keep pace with emerging technologies. And as this is a bit of a snapshot in time, you're always going to have some elements of the assets in that poor to very poor category. And as the city continues to cycle through your replacement schedules, that infrastructure continues to be addressed. The last item on here that I will point is that when we think about that $71 million and from a financing strategy perspective, the current levies that are in place, it actually exceed that very poor condition category, which from our end is always something that's good to see, where that means the city has the ability right in 1 year to address all those infrastructure assets that are potentially in that very poor category, which obviously, continues to ensure that, what I see is that when we look at the overall city condition asset of being in good condition, that's part of the reason is those practices that you've already put in place, continuing to ensure that the upkeep and the assets continue to be working in that good working order. So if we go to the next slide, I want to just talk a little bit about the state of the local infrastructure in terms of data maturity. And what we have here is all the different service areas looked at from an age, condition, and risk-based approach. And the confidence rating for most assets are condition-based. And over 3/4 of the replacement value is based on that condition, which is a really good news story. And again, it shows that the progress that we have been making since 2016 to really improve the reliance of our data. And that confidence rating is really driven by some of your larger asset categories: transportation, facilities, transit, and fire, being more mature from a data perspective. There are some areas such as library, recreation, and city support fleet. Again, considered under the responsibility view, the facilities for any of those components that I just mentioned are not going to be under library or recreation. It's going to fall under the facility side. but from a data or library or recreation or fleet, those are more age-based assessments, which puts, more of the trigger in terms of how the evaluation of the condition is relative to the design life of the asset. And the goal over the next couple of years is really to move toward condition and risk-based assessments where reasonable. And I say where reasonable because it might make the most sense not to move to condition-based assessments or, risk-based assessments for some of the categories, such as, furniture and equipment, where the time and the resource in order to do that just might not be worthwhile. You're going to be using risk-based assessments for things such as fire or facilities or transit, where there's a little bit more of a pull and a need in order to move that maturity level to those areas. So again, just qualifying here, we're moving along the continuum. We've got a lot of assets and service components that are in that condition-based approach. Some are still age-based, and we're going to be trying to move them to condition and risk where feasible and where appropriate. But over 3/4 of the valuation is condition-based, which again is a good news story on the city's front from a data perspective. So if we go to the next slide. What I wanted to show here is the asset condition by service area. So this really breaks down the previous couple slides that we just looked at in terms of the overall pie of the condition in terms of where the conditions reside, and then on a service area level basis, how does that composition make up? And so there's a couple of components here that I wanted to show. One, the bars, the numbers at the top of each bar represent the replacement value of the infrastructure, which is important because it represents obviously the weighted average and wage component of what we see on the previous slide, where you have such areas such as transportation, facilities, stormwater, and transit being very valuable from a city's perspective and weighting the overall good and very good condition that we see. What we have also that I want to point out is the very poor assets broken out into two components. And we have the very poor assets, which I've qualified before as being age-based or condition-based. And anything that's in the hashed red is what we're calling very poor based on age, where the assessment of there's less confidence in the data, it's based virtue of design life, and we're going to be looking towards moving to more condition-based approaches with that in the future. On the very poor assets that are solid red is where there's a higher level degree of confidence in some of those assets in terms that are very poor condition, and those are based on staff recommendations or actual documented practices in identifying what the condition of those assets are, and we see that in kind of facilities and IT. But the big areas of fleet, recreation, and library, where there's a higher proportion of some of those categories that are in very poor, the components there are age-based. And that really is more on the furniture and equipment side, materials, shelving. It's not really to do with, again, any of the facilities that are in recreation or the libraries itself. All of that would reside under the facilities component in this particular graph. But again, looking at the spectrum on a service area basis, which I thought was quite useful in kind of further delineating the slide that we had before. So if we go to the next slide, we'll get into a little bit more of the life cycle activities that are going to be considered. So when we think about the asset management plan, and part of the regulatory requirements is about documenting the full life cycle costs of an asset. And there are 6 different life cycle activities that are addressed through this camp. And the first one is non-infrastructure solutions. And this, quite frankly, is maybe the only one that's a little less explanatory than some of the other categories here. And that really looks at more policy initiatives, things that the city does through studies or reviewing infrastructure rather than actually putting any work or dollars into the replacement of an asset. So more policy type initiative studies, how can we extend the useful life of an asset by changing the way we do things? And that's a cost component that we are considering in here, and we kind of looked at the previous budgets in order to do that. The second component here is operations and maintenance, which is once the asset actually becomes acquired and in place, there's cost to maintain that asset over its life cycle, and the operations and maintenance costs associated with that asset are captured in here. And we're just stressing that this is the cost associated with actually the capital cost of maintaining that asset. The third component here is renewal and rehabilitation, replacement activities. The fifth one is disposal activities. and the sixth one being expansion activities. And the expansion activities is interesting because, certainly when assets, particularly in the Brampton's case, when they acquire the assets, most of them would qualify for DCs if it is growth related. And once that asset if it's growth related and qualifies for DCs, the first round capital would be DC funded. Then even though the asset was DC funded to acquire, that asset then becomes a responsibility of the city to operate, maintain, renew, replace, and dispose of at the end during its life cycle. And part of this plan is identifying what those expansion activities are from an asset management perspective going forward. And that is a bit of a newer initiative that we're showing in this plan than we had in previous iterations. And it's a bit forward thinking from the city's end in the way we've captured it. And I think it does provide an extra layer of data and information to council and the city about planning for new infrastructure, the expansion, and certainly what those costs would look like from an asset management lifecycle activity moving forward. My last point here that I want to make is that in general, the city does undertake all these activities that are listed. Even though some of them might not have been documented in the previous iterations of the camp, those operations and maintenance costs, those renewal activities, they're all being done. It's just now bringing them forward and illustrating them through the documentation of the camp so that we can build on this framework going forward to meet those regulatory requirements by 2025 and beyond. So if we go to the next slide, just to kind of summarize what those 10-year life cycle costs actually relate to. And the pie graph looks at the total life cycle cost activities, about almost $5.4 billion, which is estimated, most of which is delineated between services such as transportation and transit, and then we have facilities there at about 11%. And the table below it just looks at that $5.3 billion and then breaking it out between how much is related to existing assets and how much is actually related to the costs associated with expansion activities itself. And then within those two subcategories and those buckets, we have what's the cost of maintaining those assets, and then there's the actual cost of replacement, renewal, and some of the non-infrastructure solutions associated with it. And the bulk of this is really the kind of some of the key messaging here is that most of it is obviously still related to your existing assets. Expansion activity assets adds another layer of cost elements that need to be considered. But just stressing that, and we'll get into this in the next coming slides here, but stressing that a lot of the expansion activities is documented here. The assets have yet to be acquired or in place yet, but just forward thinking in terms of what those costs might look like down the line. And any of those activities in terms of replacing those assets are certainly not going to be needed in this immediate 10-year period. But again, just thinking about the planning horizon and thinking about going forward, how do we need to be cognizant of new assets that are acquired and replaced. There are asset management costs and there are costs that the city will need to incur in order to ensure that they continue to be operational and continue to reflect the good condition standing that the city has in for their existing city assets that are currently in place. So if we go to the next slide, I'd like to kind of just touch upon a little bit about the projected spending. And as I mentioned, we have the cost side of the analysis, then we have the revenue side of the analysis. And this looks at things over the next 10 years. And the pie graph looks at all the different funding sources that we've assumed here. We have our dedicated, we have our infrastructure levies. As we mentioned, the city has been proactive in increasing those tax-supported contributions and of your 2% levy and 1% levy for transit. And there's been a recent introduction over the last couple of years of your dedicated stormwater user fee, which is also captured here as part of the revenue. And then we have as well, you'll see two or bigger portions here of existing tax and user fee funding choices, which generally speaking, the cost analysis includes the operations and the maintenance elements of capital, which is already captured through your regular operating budget. So to be fair to the cost analysis, we've included similar side on the revenues to ensure that there's a matching source for it. So we're complying with the regulatory requirements. We're showing what the full life cycle costs are, but recognizing there's already funding sources that are in place for it, and the city has continued to manage and maintain those assets. So we've brought those revenue sources in here as well. What we do have here, in addition to the O&M side, is we have federal gas tax revenues as well, and we have property taxation assessment growth, which is, again, a new element that we're seeing in this asset management plan, which we didn't have in previous iterations. From previous presentations to council, we've heard about capturing growth and capturing the fact that the city is growing, and we've taken a lot of that feedback back, and we've incorporated or estimated at least what some of those revenues might look like going forward, as we are incorporating all the expansion activities now on the cost side. So we built that into the revenue side of things here. In total and cumulatively, the forecast spending is about $3.9 billion to address the life cycle needs of our existing assets, and totals about $4.5 billion with the consideration of the estimated O&M costs that the city will need to incur when those new assets are acquired over the same period. So this is the chart here is all represented in millions, and none of these revenues from a technical standpoint assume inflation, as the cost side does not assume inflation as well. So if we go to the next slide, what I'd like to show is what that actual gap looks like. I apologize, I'm just having a sip of water here. So this looks at the 10-year gap, and we're looking at existing assets explicitly here. And as I showed you in the previous component, our existing assets, our total expenditures amounts to about $4.19 billion over the 10-year period. And the total corresponding revenues amount to $3.65 billion. And what we have here is a total cumulative gap of about $550 million. But we have it broken down into two components. We have a projected revenue from growth, as I showed in the previous slide. We have some elements brought in here that as the city continues to grow, there's going to be additional revenues that come online. And we've assumed that a part of those revenues would be attributable and focused on your existing asset base. And we quantified that to be about $243 million, which leaves an unfunded gap of about $307 million. So this tells me a couple things. So one, in our view, the city continues to manage its existing assets in a fairly fiscally sustainable manner. And it also does tell me that, you know, the city continues to do its part here on managing its infrastructure. And the continued commitment from upper level government is still required in order to help continue to bridge that gap. This does look at certainly the optimal level of expenditure required to maintain its assets. But certainly the city's affordability will continue to be recognized each year through the budget and balanced with improved data. And that, you know, not all the solutions are financial related. You'll be looking at level of services, you'll be looking at risks, you'll be looking at useful life information, conditions. All these different facets of asset management also help continue and attribute to bridging that unfunded gap, or potentially that the entire $550 million gap. So again, in our view, there is a gap, and you might recognize it being potentially a little lower than what we had in previous iterations, and part of that does relate to just improved methodologies here, differences in the way we've accounted for revenues, and just a more overall maturity level from what we had in the previous years. But it does instill here that the city does manage your existing assets in a very fiscally sustainable manner, and in order to continue to improve that, we need to ensure that upper level government funding continues to come in to continue to bridge that gap. So that just looks at our existing assets. On the next slide, we look at the expansion activity assets. Go to the next slide, please. Thank you. So this looks at the expansion activities. And again, as I mentioned, this is a new component here added to comply with the regulation. And the way we've structured this and the way we're assuming this is similar to the way we show it in the development chart study, but a little bit more informed here from a regulatory perspective. And again, maybe a bit more leader in terms of the way the city of Brampton is doing this, considering the full landscape and the full asset management lifecycle cost for your expansion activities. And we have the estimated expenditures of about $1.19 billion. We have assumed revenues associated that are going to come in to offset the O&M cost, so it is a revenue neutral situation. And we have a 10-year notional gap of about $594 million. And that gap that we put here, you know, it really is attributable to saving to asset repair and replacement activities that are likely to occur outside the planning period. And we put the term notional here because obviously it is estimated. None of these assets have actually been acquired, but we do want to make sure that the city and council are well aware of, you know, the costs associated, the asset management costs, I should say, associated with expansion. And certainly as those costs and those assets do come online, there's going to be business plans, there's going to be information that relates to how do we manage that infrastructure. And second to that is, as those assets come online, they're staged, the city has the time to plan for those expenses and to ensure that those growth revenues actually do materialize over time. And quite frankly, you've already done a very good job. You've been one of the fastest growing cities. You manage the expansion of your assets. You manage your asset management activities. And your assets are in good condition. So you're already doing all those good things. This is just making sure that we continue to comply with the regulation. You're aware of what those costs are, and we should use these tools to make informed decisions. This also tells me that although there's, we're managing our existing assets in really good state, once we continue to add more assets, that really puts the onus, I would say, and the need here to continue to seek upper level government support where required in order to continue to help bridge that gap and fund these assets over the long term. So if we go to the next slide, I just wanted to kind of quantify some of those infrastructure gap improvements that we made. We've come a long way over the last several years in terms of asset management. And there's really been two obviously big improvements, one on the cost side and one on the revenue side. From a cost analysis, we have now, from this time versus previous iterations, a more fulsome evaluation of the full life cycle cost. And that includes all the asset management requirements associated with those expansion activities, those average annual investment needs, if they've been smoothed out over a longer term and more in line with assets useful life. So there have been improvements on the cost side. We've got a more fulsome, robust cost analysis that we're using to inform our decisions, which will continue to be refined as we go forward, but it does set that framework up to comply with the regulatory regime that we're in. On the revenue side, we've made improvements. Certainly, we've heard some of the commentary. The financial model includes projected revenues from growth that would arise from new growth that's coming online. We made some refinements in the forecast from our infrastructure levies. And then we've updated information on other funding sources. And the city has secured some new grant funding that we didn't have in previous iterations. So we're ensuring that that cost model and the revenue model is up to date with the latest information. So if we go to the next slide, I just want to cap off here with two items. And, we are looking at a revenue analysis and a cost analysis that showed a gap. And there's different ways and approaches to close that gap. And the first kind of series of strategies here is more on the asset management maturity level. When we talk about maturity level, this is, ways that we can do this by improving data quality. As I mentioned a couple times here today, some of the assessments that are age-based approaches, which doesn't necessarily reflect the actual condition of the asset. So we're going to be moving to improve the data, which will certainly help improve the way we assess our gap and the way we assess our infrastructure needs. Second here is really important from a level of service measurement and perspective. As part of this camp, we are looking at levels of services of our existing assets. And these assessments are going to help track asset performance, condition ratings, and really quantify and really look at the funding needs that could be recalibrated based on the performance of some of these assets. And as the city matures its level of service targets and looks at setting up future levels of service, this could result in some reductions in current funding needs over the short and longer term. But again, those are things that are going to need to be done and reviewed going forward. The third component here is a risk framework for asset classes, looking at what the level of risk is and how do we prioritize our investment needs. And that may help look at recalibrating which assets are from a city perspective potentially more needed to mitigate some of those risks, whether they're environmental or they're financial risks. But it would help prioritize and set up a standard and framework to achieve some better principles in terms of evidence-based decision making going forward. And the last one is just continued coordination with the region or any other utility companies, anywhere that we can find cost efficiencies to do work at the same time would help certainly reduce pressures on the funding and the budget side going forward. So those on the data side. On the last slide here, we have some different approaches to close the gap from a funding strategy perspective. So the model assumes that there's a maintained maintain their existing funding sources of 2% and the 1% levy. The city has certainly been very proactive in introducing these strategies right from the forefront, and that has certainly paid dividends in my view now, as the conditions are in really good position and you're well poised here to manage kind of your existing assets as well as your future assets. And that position obviously to continue to close that gap ensures that those existing funding sources maintain. You will have to, in our view, maybe look at developing reinvestment targets, looking at the reinvestment rates for new assets, new targets to be kind of looked at to make sure that our service levels are maintained. And then the last one I think I've iterated a few times is kind of seeking funding support from other levels of government. Certainly the City of Brampton has continued to demonstrate a commitment here to asset management and developing, those renewal practices. And certainly with that, a co-support from upper level governments or other funding sources would obviously certainly be welcomed here to support the city's practices to balance affordability over the long term. So that is the end of my presentation. I apologize if it was a little longer than maybe you would have thought, but there's a lot of important information here. I guess I'll just kind of maybe leave off here just with the next step slide I was finishing up on the content side, but what we had here is certainly the kind of deliverables from the camp, at least a summary of it from our maturity assessment, state of local infrastructure, the life cycle and financing strategies. There is a phase 2 to this process, which we will be back to council with as it relates to level of services, asset management strategy, and how to improve this plan going forward. And that presentation to council will likely follow sometime in the new year. And obviously that will help kind of set the stage and the framework for the next several years of asset management in the city of Brampton. So that does conclude my presentation. With that said, I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Okay, thank you, Andrew, for that detailed presentation. Our first question is from Councillor Medeiros.
Thank you through you, Mayor. Thank you for the presentation. On the first day of budget, when we referenced the asset management plan, staff had made comments that originally that some of our assets, when we originally identified them as being in a category of concern, that I guess reevaluating some of those assets, they weren't as bad in the state of repair as we originally thought, and that allowed us to defer or not have to. They're not on that list where we think that needs that immediate sort of attention. In the practicality, when we identify assets that, in terms of the reassessment, is this a practice, and maybe this is more appropriate to staff, do we continuously cross-reference our sort of asset management plan and reevaluate all our assets, or once they get on the list, they're identified as such, and just over time we deal with it as it comes from a capital investment or capital repair, or is it something that we're constantly reevaluating these assets? And if you can just explain exactly what goes into sort of that evaluation of those assets.
So through the mayor, I can potentially answer some of that question, and you may need to get redirected to staff. From an asset management plan perspective, we certainly talk to all the service areas and we get their input on the assets and their condition, and it gets reported on and recognized it is a point of time. And as they were at the end of 2020, I would, from my conversations with them through the, as you go forward and as you do your budgets, you continue to reevaluate, and that's part of, even from an asset management perspective, you're always reevaluating your infrastructure, your assets, what assets are in poor and very poor condition, and how they might have changed, and if there's been renewal work or anything to remediate the condition of them, it would then continue to get reflected and updated in future and subsequent iterations. So that would be my part response on the asset management side of things, and I don't know if any staff want to comment on anything further on their end.
Thank you, Andrew. Through the chair to the councillor, I just want also to add that we're currently in the phase of maturing the asset management plan. So in addition to the regular updates that Andrew talked about, we also are currently taking different focus areas and really maturing the way that we assess them and that we evaluate them in order to get them more and more mature on that maturity scale. So that also adds to the reviews that we would be doing on a regular basis. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. And just my last question for you, Mayor. Does it ever reach a point where when one of our assets regarding the state of repair and the ones which are the more troubled ones, and I know we did have some on the list, when do we get to that point where the repair just seems too costly and not worth the investment, and we, in terms of options, either sort of selling the asset or just building a completely new asset? Is that sort of is there sort of a time and place where the repair costs just exceed its life cycle, and then we really have to consider next steps on what we do with these type of assets? And if staff can just identify how many do we have right now which are close to that sort of phase?
Through the chair, Andrew, would you be able to help with this answer, please?
Yeah, so through the mayor, I can speak from an overall perspective. Generally, there are assets and instances which would, from an asset management perspective, that it might be more worthwhile to, build a new one or make some other alternative form of replacement or renewal. And those are the types of strategies and things, that'll be definitely more considered at a more robust level as you continue to mature. But even now, from when you look at certain asset and elements, there are items that are ready to maybe flagged for disposal, which we know might not be replaced, or might be replaced with something that's more efficient down the line. So it's built in, at least from an AM point now, asset management point through this plan, at a higher level. But going forward, it'll have to be kind of more directed and more planned for, which assets would be better optimized with a different renewal strategy. And those are the types of things will have to be considered in future iterations. But it is considered, at least at some level, even in this plan.
Thank you. And do staff have identified any, are there any couple of properties that the thorough analysis requires more attention? And is that something that, when it comes to sort of what we're spending on our infrastructure levy and our capital, is this something that we have to be mindful, or are we generally, there's not too many assets at this stage which are considered sort of in bad state?
Through the chair, Andrew, can you maybe get us back to the slide that details a little more the assets in very bad condition? Maybe just go through that a little more.
Actually, I think if you go up, go back a few more slides to Nash's point. Yeah, this slide over here. So this slide looks at some of the assets that are in very poor condition and detailed them at the kind of the sub asset level. And I think part of the what I would understand is for example, fleet, or might be an area where if there's vehicles that need to be replaced, as part of your green fleet strategy, there might be ways to, it wouldn't necessarily be like-for-like replacements. And in future iterations of the asset management plan, in my opinion, that's an area where, as those assets reach their useful life and are in very poor condition, they may not be replaced with the same asset itself. It would be new electric vehicles, there would be different ways of managing it, but it also might lead to new infrastructure requirements as well. So that's one area, for example, of this list where I do see, some changes in the way we're going to be delivering the services, which don't always relate to a kind of a like-for-like replacement as the councillor was suggesting.
Through the chair to the councillor, We can, if you like, provide the details of what's in the facilities, the 17 million that have been identified as part of that a very poor condition, a full list of what makes up that amount.
Yeah, I'd be interested just to understand what facilities because I've seen some facilities personally, and I know some of my colleagues have talked about those, and I would just want to see if, just cross-reference, again, it's not critical, but if we have that available, if you can share that. Thank you very much.
Definitely. Thank you.
Our next question is Councillor Fortini.
Mr. Mayor, and I was going to ask the same questions, I guess, on the 17 million for 12 recreations facilities, if we could get a list. When do we actually go around and check in our facilities to see if they're in good conditions, poor, fair, or passable? Do we do this every year or every 5 years?
So through the mayor, I probably have to defer to staff on how often certain facilities would be checked. Based on our conversations, it is certainly fairly regularly. I guess I will comment on the methodology here that was employed. It is using an FCI-based calculation. So it is looked at relative to the value of repair work that's identified at a very specific facility by facility level, which was carried out by the BDC department. And based on that valuation of the infrastructure needs at the asset level within that facility, we calculate an FCI, which is a condition index assessment relative to the valuation of that facility, which identifies and categorizes those specific facilities in very poor condition. And then, when we looked at that list, BDC then identifies those facilities to be addressed in many of the upcoming budgets. So that provides a bit of a methodology in the background of how we actually categorize and quantify which facilities are in very poor condition. It is relative and set to the actual amount of value and work that needs to be done at that facility, which is carried out by BDC departments.
Okay, thank you. And the reason I'm asking is, I asked about Knightsbridge. Here they are, we're doing the asphalt, we're doing curbs, all the parking lots ripped apart, sidewalks. Meanwhile, the roof is missing shingles. So I think the roof would have been more important than doing the parking lot at this time. This should have been already addressed like 2 or 3 years ago. There's a whole roof completely missing out of this. So these little problems become a big problem in our budget or on our tax base or for taxpayers, because replacing a roof for 40,000, now it's going to be probably 3 million when you start getting all the mold out, the boards underneath, the insulation, the hardware floor rises. So we got to really look at these things, what has to be done. And certain things shouldn't even have to come from budget. If it's an emergency like this should have been already addressed. I'm sure none of us would have had our roof from our house in this condition. I'm out here now, they're doing the parking lot, but we ignore the roof. So we got to really look into this, what is necessary to get done and what isn't. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fortini. Let me just refresh the list and see if we have anyone on it. Councillor Singh.
Yes, thank you very much. I had a question regarding the gap that's not funded yet. I think it was 300 million in one of the slides. Does that include our contribution this year? I think in the budget finder on page 17, it's a contribution of 78.7 million this year. So just want to make sure it doesn't include our contributions this year and expected contributions in the future, or is that without the contribution?
Through the chair, to the councillor, Andrew, can you provide a little more details about what has been built into the current numbers? I know that we did account for the 2021 budget, but if you can please confirm.
Yes, through the mayor. Sorry, Nash, I was speaking and I was on mute, but I started the question. So it's an excellent question, Councilor Singh. The levels of contribution that we have included do include kind of the current 2% levies and 1% levies, and the projection of those levies continued on over the forecast period. So it is inclusive of 2% and 1% in 2022, to be clear.
Okay, and moving forward as well, or is, okay.
Moving forward as
So
well,
you nodding.
yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
so that gap will remain even if we contribute the 2% and 1%.
Yeah, it's predicated on a similar level of investment going forward.
Okay, but I'm assuming a gap is somewhat healthy, and help me if I am correct or incorrect on this, but what I'm thinking is, you know, we've improved our methodology since, I believe capital and asset management plan, the last one was done in 2016, correct?
Correct, yep.
Yeah, so, you know, we've seen changes as, you know, the time horizons become less, closer and closer and tighter. We're able to improve our methodologies and our techniques to, you know, measure these things out. So I'm assuming there'll be more changes coming again in the future. And so because this is such a dynamic process, that gap might even close further, or it could go the other way around, but I'm assuming given the methodologies that we're using and we've already, this is almost the second iteration, as we get more and more information, this could potentially also tighten up even more.
So through the mayor, that is correct. You know, it's estimated based on the information today, and it's certainly an improvement over the last number of years. And a gap is normal, and you know, and it's trying to monitor and how that gap is going to change, right? And we need to keep looking at asset management, and it keeps this discussion at the top of our minds, and managing how that gap, and you know, if it starts to change a lot, upward or downward, you know, it begs the reassessment question of it. But certainly it's healthy, and you know, that's part of the asset management program is identifying where those gaps are and how do we improve it. It asks those tough questions, and that's what we're here to do, right?
Yeah, and when's our next sort of iteration of this? Is it after the 10 years, I guess? Would that be our goal?
So through the mayor, you would have you continue to do the reassessment of the gaps annually through the State of the Infrastructure report. You'd get more fulsome reevaluations when we do the camps, and you would get another one, you know, just for the next regulation is for 2025. So there would be a presumably some other iteration or update to this plan in the next several years. More fulsome.
Okay, and my last question is, because you know this is the business you guys are in, and you're consultants yourself. How do you feel we compare to other municipalities? You don't have to name them, but just an overall, because it's probably not the only one you've done.
Yeah, so through Mayor, it's always a difficult one to answer, and a very consultant-like response, just because you know, everyone is in different positions on their asset management program and maturity levels, and how they actually capture their valuations. And the regulation is actually fairly new in terms of not many municipalities have submitted a plan under the first level of requirements. And part of the intention of the regulation was to standardize the way asset management plans are being done. So I think there's going to be a level of review and assessment over the next couple of years as everyone starts to submit and update these plans. But from what I do see out there, and the work that we have done, the City of Brampton is doing quite well, certainly from an overall condition of your assets. And when I look at the funding sources and the way you implemented 2% levy, and you've kind of done that proactively, you know, earlier on when your assets are very new, puts you in a pretty advantageous position today, recognizing that, you know, you are very much a growing city, and your infrastructure needs are going to continue to be there and continue to put up pressure on the tax base going forward. So we just need to be kind of continuing on the same path that we're on for now. It's kind of my messaging and what I see out there.
Yeah, and that's fair. I wasn't aware of some municipalities. I thought it was required that everybody had to submit it after 2016, but I guess some didn't make that deadline. So
they did, but the regulation came after that, which put more of a standardized framework to it, and those 2021 deadlines and 2022 deadlines haven't really been all been submitted yet.
Okay, okay. Well, I'm happy. Thank you for the work. I mean, this is very critical work, and it's about smoothing out the cost over the years as well. And thank you. Thank you so much.
Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Singh, are there any other questions? I see we have Councillor Bowman, followed by Councillor Pelletier. Councillor Bowman.
Thank you very much through you, Mr. Mayor. Andrew, thank you. This is a good report. It obviously took a lot of time to put together, and it's a little different than what we saw in 2016 for those of us who are around in 2016. I have just real two quick questions for you. One is, how do we account for the value of replacement of an asset? We're collecting an infrastructure levy of 2%, not this year, but we're collecting that levy, and say we've got I don't know, I'll just say a recreation center that comes to the end of its life cycle, is deemed to be in very poor condition and needs to be replaced. And we've estimated the value of
tender come in, would certainly put pressure on, kind of our levies and our commitments of what we already have been planning for. But part of that just continues to get reassessed with the evolving asset management program. And as you continue to update, it's always going to be based on the most recent information at that time. And it is very hard, especially in today's world right now, trying to, estimate the valuation, the changes in infrastructure spending, just because some of the inflation rates and things are a little outside of what we see as normal. But the plan is, it does have a built-in mechanism in terms of at least planning for today's level of expenditure. And certainly if things come in higher or lower, you would continue to leverage that infrastructure levy to divert the funds where required, and then you pick it up in terms of the valuation in the next exercise.
Okay, and in terms of that, Andrew, I was looking at the chart that lists everything as fair, poor, very good. We've got a lot of stuff, 44%, that's in good condition. How do we? I'm still not clear on how we move things from good to fair, because you said we're sort of getting away from the end of life sort of strategy on these items. So what concerns me is, do we have for instance, in the fair category, 40% of that may all come due within a couple of years, or how do we account for that and move it so that we know, planning 3, 4, 5 years in advance, what sort of numbers we might be looking at?
So that's an excellent question. And, from an asset management perspective, actually, we do place a lot of emphasis on the fair category, because that category, it's almost like a swing category. It can either get the good or it can get the poor, right? And for example, in areas such as transportation and in roads, we're at the point where we actually are forecasting and built-in triggers in our modeling that looks at, if it hits a certain level, it would trigger an investment to keep it at above a certain level, and make sure it doesn't get into those fair or poor categories. It always maintains good riding conditions, and those are the types of things that will have to continue to be evolved on. But it is being done at certain levels within the corporation right now, and it has to be expanded upon in further areas. I would say at this state and at this juncture, we are going to be looking at quantifying all the assets that are in fair condition, and seeing how we've actually made those assessments, whether it's actually condition-based or if they're age-based, and then how do we ensure and come up with a bit of a strategy on how we actually ensure that those don't, we get them into a better condition, a good state, or maintaining at least in that fair state. So part of it's you're already doing it, and part of the answer is it's something that you'll have to continue to monitor, and it will improve upon in future iterations as well.
Yeah, thanks. And I think it's going to be very, very important as we move forward in future planning. What's going to be in our capital plan if we do plan 3, 4, 5 years out. Thanks, Andrew. The last question I have is just to staff, I guess. Are we only looking at the very poor assets that we're going to be putting in our budgets for replacement? Or are we looking at, are we trying to combine that with what the expectation is of the users of any facility or any asset that may be in the poor condition? Basically, I'm asking, do residents have sort of an expectation of things to not be in poor condition, but to be in good condition?
Through the chair, Councillor, we really look at the overall assets, including the very poor, and even the other conditions, in terms of where they are on their asset cycle and what kind of repairs, maintenance that they require. Of course, things that are closer to very poor take a special priority and a way that we need to handle. We look very closely in terms of safety, in terms of like other critical conditions that are considered in that, but the departments for their different assets and so on, they really look at the overall asset portfolio and not just one category at a time, if that helps.
Okay, yeah, that helps, Nash. I'm just, I think we have expectations of residents to meet in our parks, in our recreation centers, on our roads, in our transit. So I just want to be sure that we are not, looking at this in terms of what we view it as, and not in terms of what the expectations of our residents might be for those assets. So thanks very much. Good report.
Thank you.
Through the chair, it's Michael Parks here. If I could just add through the chair, a couple comments or questions that were made. First of all, when we're talking about buildings, facilities, we're actually mandated by the province to inspect every 5 years those buildings, and we have similar requirements when we're talking about whether it's our fleet, whether it's our roadways. So all assets are inspected on a regular basis. And specific to Knightsbridge, in response to Councillor Fertini's question, we are actually in the process of hiring a contractor to do that roofing work. And again, it was a timing issue, and that's why the parking lot was being repaired, and it would appear that it was being repaired in advance of the roofing work, but in actual fact, there was some timing with the procurement piece for the roofing contractor, but that work will start shortly.
Are there follow-up questions? Did we lose Councillor Bowman?
Oh, no, I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor. I said I was finished. No problem.
Okay, sorry, we didn't hear that. Councillor Paleshi, you no longer have a question? Okay, so we have the move by Councillor Medeiros to receive the 2021 Corporate Asset Management Plan. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, the motion carries. This takes us to 8.15, Interest Rate Stabilization Reserve Status Update. Okay, so we have, any questions on this? I don't see any. So we have the motion on the floor. Moved by Councillor Vasante. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, the motion carries. This takes us to seniors tax rebate and printing of old tax bills. Are there questions on the seniors tax rebate and the printing? Councilor Vasante.
Thank you very much, Mayor Brown, members of committee. So this was brought here following our receipt of correspondence from seniors in the city of Brampton who are requesting an increase of the property tax rebate that is made to seniors and folks who have a disability. And this, of course, was followed by a report from staff. And on some reflection and looking at the staff report, I would like to move that we increase the rebate to the CPI adjusted level. And if staff could just provide a background on that calculation and how that was derived.
As Martin Finnegan here. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Through the mayor, Councilor Vicente, we basically went back to 2010 to the $400, and we applied the Toronto CPI rate to each of those years, taking us right into 2022, where the amount would be $514.
Okay, and you also just for members, but also for members of the public, explain the scheme that was put in place in 2018 and how that compares to this.
That's right. We updated the through the mayor. We updated the bylaw in 2018 to include an increase to the $400 rate each year based on the blended tax rate increase in Brampton. So it was 2018. The rebate amount went from $400 to $411. And then in each year after that, we've increased it to $416, $421, and then $425 this year. We won't know what the rate would be in 2022 until we actually determine what budget results we have for property taxes.
Okay, thank you, Martin. And so I think that would us changing the rate now to $514, which is $100 more than what with the 2018 adjustment, would we still then see that adjustment and that type of calculation happen again in 2023, 2024, et cetera?
Through the mayor, yes, we would set up the bylaw to change the bylaw to include the Toronto CPI as an annual adjustment to be made to the rate in each year.
Okay, thank you so much. And to members of council, I believe that this would be an appropriate adjustment for us to make, but I just want to point out the glaringly obvious that this is still far below what was requested of us by the seniors groups. And I would be very open to councilors' comments and any potential amendments to this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, if I also may,
yes,
not to forget the additional request here, and I would like to also move that staff work to provide an online facility to allow our ratepayers to produce a tax receipt for the last, for up to 5 years back of their property tax bills. Fully understanding that if they were to come into City Hall to request a paper copy, that there would still be a fee associated with that as it is today, and I think that that should continue. But if they were to go online and see what their current balance is, which they can do today, I also like to see the facility for them to go to back years, bring up a facsimile of sorts of their tax bill and print that out. I hope that that's clear enough for staff in terms of direction. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay. Thank you, Councilor Vasante. Councilor Willens.
Yeah, thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, just a quick question to Mark, I guess. Mark, how do we do our due diligence on this? I mean, do we have anybody that really, I guess the way of saying it would be, do we have anybody trying to cheat the system on this? Because I know that your department's been great when we've got calls into our office regarding, the tax rate, but it turns out you find out that that person lives in a $1+ million something home and has, doesn't want to leave there instead of downsizing so that he can enjoy his retirement or his or her retirement. Do we have anybody in that situation? Because I know, I feel for the seniors, don't get me wrong, I think this is a great motion. I wish we could increase it a little bit more, but I'm just wondering how you vent it, because it's a little bit of a concern.
Yeah, so through the mayor, Councillor Willens, it's possible that does happen, but for the seniors rebate, actually, Service Canada has to qualify them as at that poverty line, which they receive income from the federal government. So Service Canada is actually the one that qualifies the resident for this program. And as well, it's Ontario Works that qualifies the disabled applicants. So the city really, we don't make that decision. We have the federal government and Ontario Works that make that determination.
So it could, I guess it's possible, but it would be hard to find out. So it could be possible that a senior that is receiving, help from Service Canada or qualifies him, I guess it'd be them to do the due diligence, because they could have, they could have their son and daughter move back into the care for them, and the financial stress may not be as bad as we think it is. So that's kind of what I'm getting at, but I guess there's no way we can determine that. That's sort of be dealt with through Service Canada. So as long as we do our due diligence, I'm okay with the motion. Thanks.
Yeah, and through the mayor, Councillor Willens, if a son and daughter are on title, then they wouldn't qualify for the rebate program.
Okay, but they'd have to be on title, which we can't necessarily find that out necessarily unless they are on title.
Yeah, we were able to figure out who, we know who the owners are. We do have that access to that data. So if they, if there are more than, it's not just the husband and wife as the owner, that's likely then going to disqualify them for eligibility in the program.
Yeah, okay, that's great. Thanks, Mark.
You're welcome.
Okay. Are there any other questions? Hearing none. Oh, a request for a recorded vote. Over to the clerk.
Recorded vote has been requested on Councillor Visante's motion on the screen. All in favor, please indicate. Councillor Santos.
Yes.
Councillor Visante.
Yes.
Councillor Willens.
Yes.
Councillor Paleshi.
Yes.
Councillor Bowman.
Yes.
Councillor Medeiros.
Yes.
Councillor Williams.
Yes.
Councillor Fortini.
Yes.
Councillor Singh.
Yes.
Councillor Dillon.
Yes.
Mayor Brown.
Yes.
That motion carries unanimously, 11-0.
Okay, we also have, do we need a motion to receive the correspondence?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, you can receive it all as a package if you wish, or you can go through the 10.1 to 10.5 individually.
So can we have a motion to receive the correspondence 10.1 to 10.5? Moved by Councillor Willens. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, the motion carries. Would this be a good time to deal with the in-camera business now? To the clerk? I think the other items all have components that are in camera. So, Council, why don't we go in camera now to deal with items we've been holding down throughout this process. And how long would the clerk need for that?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'd need a healthy 15 minutes, please.
Okay, does a healthy 15 minutes mean 20 minutes?
Please.
Okay. It is I don't know what an unhealthy 15 minutes is. It is 10:54, so meet back at 11:15 in camera.
And just before we recess, members of committee, Charlotte, if you can go to the closed session listings. We just need to take a motion to move into closed session for the two items that are listed on the closed agenda, be 14.1 and 14.2. So it's an open meeting exception under section 239, 2I, J, and K of the Municipal Act. This is in regard to a trade secret or scientific, technical, commercial, financial, or labor relations information supplied in confidence to the municipality or local board, which if disclosed could reasonably be expected to prejudice significantly the competitive position or interfere significantly with the contractual or other negotiations of a person, group or persons, or an organization, and a trade secret or scientific, technical, commercial, or financial information that belongs to the municipality or local board and has monetary value or potential monetary value, and a position, plan, procedure, criteria, or instruction to be applied to any negotiations carried on or to be carried on by or on behalf of the municipality or local board. And 14.2, an open meeting exception under section 239, 2C and K of the Municipal Act, proposed or pending acquisition or disposition of land by the municipality, and a position, plan, procedure, criteria, or instruction to be applied to any negotiations carried on or to be carried on by or on behalf of the municipality. So, Mr. Mayor, if we could just take a vote just to move into camera on those two items, and then we can recess till 11:15.
Anyone opposed moving into camera? Hearing none, the motion carries.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Members of committee, this meeting is now recessed. Committee members can leave the WebEx session and join the team session for closed session that will
talking. I'm gonna have to Google.
Good afternoon, members of committee, members of staff, and members of the public watching today's Budget Committee deliberations. Budget Committee completed its closed session and then broke for a short recess for lunch, so they are scheduled to reconvene at 1:15 in just a moment. While we're waiting for the meeting to reconvene, I'm just going to confirm the members I do see in the session. I see Councillor Santos, Councillor Vicente, Councillor Paleshi, Councillor Medeiros, Councillor Bowman, Councillor Singh, Councillor Williams, and Councillor Willens. Members of the committee, we're just going to wait a moment for the chair to join, and then we'll get underway shortly.
To Peter, do we have a motion to update to bring from closed?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, just a report out from closed session. Item 14.1, an open meeting exception under section 239 2I, J, and K of the Municipal Act. I will forego reading the entire description. That item was considered in closed session. Information was received and a procedural motion carried to refer that matter to the January 26th council meeting. The next item was 14.2, an open meeting exception under section 239 2C and K of the Municipal Act, proposed or pending acquisition or disposition of land by the municipality in a position plan, procedure, criteria, or instruction to be applied to any negotiations carried on or to be carried on by or on behalf of the municipality. That item was considered in closed session, information was received, and no direction was given on that item. So, Mr. Mayor, what we can do now is we can proceed back to item 8.1, which is the staff report on the budget amendment request to begin procurement for the design, contract administration, and advisory services of the Cricket Stadium.
Yes, and this motion was moved by Councillor Paleshi.
So, through you, Mr. Mayor, so the motion on the screen is the motion that's in the report, which is proceeding. And I understood, Councillor Paleshi, do you have a different motion?
Oh, yes, so we have the motion that was drafted.
Yes, we'll bring that one up on the screen.
Sorry, it's the wrong motion on the screen, yeah.
So the motion would be two parts. One, just to receive the staff report 8.1, and the second one would be the motion regarding 14.2, which is on the screen. And Councillor Paleshi, you're moving that motion?
Yes, he sent me a message requesting that.
I'm happy to, or the area councilors. It doesn't matter to me. I see Councillor Medeiros on the board.
Okay, Councillor Medeiros.
Yeah, thank you very much, Councillor Paleshi. I was going to offer to second it or move it with Councillor Bowman. More than happy to include you, Councillor Paleshi. I just wanted to say that I think this was a good approach to a multi-purpose stadium. I think I look forward to what possibly could be some of the ideas that people have for this property. And I think it's exciting, the possibility of us having some form of stadium that provides itself to some entertainment aspect, which is much needed in Brampton. But ultimately, I think this is a measured approach for us to be able to still control the process, understand what we want for our city, and engage with our residents. So thank you for everyone involved in seeing this motion, and happy to move it along with anyone else.
Mr. Mayor, I'm happy to take my name off of it, put the area councilors on it. I'm not moving the one above this.
Okay, thank you. Anyone opposed to the motion? Hearing none, the motion carries. Oh, record a vote request. Apologies.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, recorded votes requested on item 8.1, just to receive the report and to move Councillor Medeiros' motion, which is on the screen in bold. All in favor, please indicate. Councillor Santos.
Yes.
Councillor Vicente.
Yes.
Councillor Willens.
Yes.
Councillor Paleshi.
Yes.
Councillor Bowman.
Yes.
Councillor Medeiros.
Yes.
Councillor Williams.
Yes.
Councillor Fortini.
Yes.
Councillor Singh.
Yes.
Councillor Dillon. Councillor Dillon.
Yes.
Thank you. Mayor Brown.
Yes.
Thank you. That motion carries unanimously, 11-0.
Okay. So this takes us to preliminary feasibility of financial support for healthcare expansion in Brampton. Is that the remaining item? And my question to council is, did you want to deal with this now, or did you want to wait until we have the regional discussion in January? If we immediately put up R62, that may put additional pressure for a regional contribution, but let's see what advice council has here. Councillor Paleshi.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I thought it was, we were going to wait to see what the region was doing. I thought we would all put pressure on the region and kind of have that come back for discussion later at the city.
Okay, so that would be a motion to refer this until the regional discussion has occurred?
Sure, sounds good.
Councillor Bowman.
Thank you very much, through you, Mr. Mayor. I thought Councillor Fortini had held this, but I don't see him on the board, so I'll just ask the question. So if this gets referred, there will be no talk of putting a healthcare levy on the budget, or do we still have that option?
Through the chair, Councillor, if that comes in the new year, then that would be as a budget amendment.
Okay, so if it comes in the new year and we agree to put a tax levy on, or we may not, I don't know, that would be a budget amendment that would still go through. And how would that affect the budget numbers that we're going to be deciding on Wednesday?
Councillor, it would really depend on the direction council would like to take on this.
Okay, well, I'll wait to hear what any of the other councillors have to say on that. Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, next up is Councillor Singh.
Yes, just reading through the motion, correct me if I'm wrong, but this just seems staff is going to be doing more research and advocacy and getting more. Am I wrong? I don't think this, even by passing this, it will take any necessary steps, rather than like I'm looking at number 4, talk to the region. I'm looking at number 3, talk to William Osler. So can I just get clarification on that, if passing this would tie us down in any way?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, perhaps I'll start, and maybe staff can. This was a report that was brought forward to council, I believe it was in mid-November, and was referred to Budget Committee. So it's here in its entirety, and these are recommendations that existed in that staff report at the time. So events may have overtaken some of the things that are in this staff report and its recommendations, but it is here for Budget Committee's consideration. So if the committee does not want to take any further action on the recommendations that are set out in here, they could just receive the report, and as was being introduced, if there was a referral on the floor, to refer the matter back to staff for further consideration after it's been considered by the region.
Okay, I'm good with either way. I'm good to pass it and continue those discussions, except maybe number 3, hold off on that. But getting more information and engaging in conversation, I think we should let staff do that, give them direction to do that to get us the best deal possible. That's my opinion. Thanks.
Okay, our next question is Councillor Willens.
Yeah, thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Peter, for the clarifications, and I kind of agree with Councillor Bowman. I mean, this doesn't really speak to our commitment, because I think we have to commit to some type of levy or some type of support for the hospital and healthcare if we're going to show we're serious about it. But I see that Councillor Bowman's on the board, or Councillor Fortini's on the board, so I'll listen to see, because he's been working on this quite intensely. So thank you.
Okay, our next speaker is Councillor Fortini.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think we should not be waiting for the region. You know, we could start a tax levy anytime, and I think it's good to start it now. If the region comes forward and commits to it, then we could stop the tax levy anytime. So, but if we're not going to commit to this, it's showing the province we're not serious. They're putting in 1.1 billion. If we don't start it this year, we have to start it next year. One way or another, we have to start. My thing is, we have the 22 million with the interest left over. We got the 42, and I was going to see the other portion when the staff was asking questions, and I think another 11.2 million to transfer it. And let's start the levy. We go to the region, whatever the region helps us with, which I'm sure they will, we could always minus off the levy. So instead of doing maybe a 6-year or 5-year levy, we just do a 1-year or 2-year once we hit that target of 125 million. But we have to start this to look serious. If we don't start this now, we're just pushing it off. And, you know, the hospitals, they already said they're very full. They're serious. They're doing theirs. And I think we have to push this now to start this levy, this budget. So I'm sure we heard a lot of discussion on the hospital. Wherever I'm going, no one's complaining to pay the extra $50 to $80, depends their home per year, because at the end, everyone's going to use the hospital. So I like to get this up and going now on this budget this year, as starting as a levy. We can always stop it once we hit our target. If the region, whatever they give, we just minus off what we have. If we don't start this, I'm sure at the region, they're going to say, well, you guys haven't done, you're not too serious about it. You're hoping to get the money off from us. So let's show some faith and that we are serious about this. We do need a second hospital badly. We all know that. Okay, thank you.
Councillor Medeiros.
Thank you through you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I think Councillor Fortini described or have stated everything I wanted to. I think from the predictability perspective, I'd like to start seeing some numbers already applied in this budget, and understanding that we can still go back, we can go after do a budget amendment, but I think it also signals to the region of our seriousness and our regional partners to you know, us taking, you know, putting our house in order. And then after it gives us predictability regarding the budget, I'm sure staff can, you know, based on scenarios, if we get, because I think the max, and Councillor Fortini or someone can correct me, I'm not sure what the max was, what we asked the region to contribute, if it was 50 million or something, but whatever they would provide, if they would provide anything, I think that we can de-escalate or escalate it based on their contribution. So I think it would just be wise for us to include that in this tax bill. So referring it just prolongs the inevitability of, you know, what we're doing, because we're still going to have to after come and do a budget amendment. So I would like to sort of look at what we're going to do with the levy now and move forward on it, and then after from the region, we'll see what happens there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Medeiros. Councillor Fortini.
Just to reply to Councillor Medeiros, we did ask the region for 50%, but some of our regional councillors were there. They were asking questions if we're going to do a zero tax increase. So this is a catch. You know, if we do a zero, we might not get nothing. We don't know yet. So that's why it's nice to start it off now, and hoping that we get some regional councillors. I talked to some of them. Some of them looks like they're kind of on board, and I'm sure Caledon, you know, they're using our hospital. They would be on board, and when it comes to healthcare, everyone's going to use it. And I think Mississauga kind of gets it. When our hospitals are full, we're just using their room, their hospital. We're just taking room off the people living in the area. You don't get stopped at the door, say, well, you're from Mississauga, you can't come to our hospital. It's for everyone. So I want to get this started this year. I don't want to see this report. We got to start a levy now. And like we could always do an amendment and stop it anytime once we hit what we have. And I also like to see the report from the staff. When I was asking those questions, we had, I think, another 11 point something million when that Tuesday was asking questions to transfer that money also onto the hospital. The more we could transfer, the more we could finish the levy, the more faster we could get our money towards it. And also, it looks like the province knows that we're serious. I don't want to wait till next year and then the province comes along, does the elections, and they're going to say, well, we offered you the money, but you didn't start anything. You're not serious about it. And that's what happened with the LRT. I don't want to happen to the hospital. So let's show a little bit of leadership that we're serious on this. Thank you.
Councillor Bowman.
Thank you very much for you, Mr. Mayor. Does this also, this does not rule out us still lobbying the province for our proper share of hospital funding, from what I'm reading here, because I've said it before and I'll say it again, 250 beds for this city when we already have declared a healthcare emergency here. and we're going to wait for another 5 years for 250 beds. So we will have this hospital emergency here for 5 more years. Now's the time. The election is coming up. Let's start raising our money. It's great that they're willing to give us 250 beds, but we need to at least get 700 to 800 beds to be on par with every other place in Ontario. So I really hope that we are not going to stop lobbying the government prior to this election to give us what Brampton residents fairly deserve. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Bowman. I've got a few comments, but I see people keep on coming on the board. Councillor Santos.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. In the beginning, you had mentioned the possibly 62.5 million available in capital for us to put up front now. Can somebody just elaborate on that option, please?
To Nash or the CEO or Mark?
Councillor, apologies through the chair. Can you please repeat that question again?
Mr. Mayor had mentioned in the beginning of this discussion item a possible option to bring forward 62.5 million possibly upfront through capital funds for our share. Now, can someone elaborate on what that option is?
Yeah, so Nash, when we talked about this in council, it was said that if you use the unused capital and the existing remaining hospital reserve, that's 62 million. So if we wanted to make the commitment now, not put it off to a future council, in terms of a levy over 4 years or 5 years, if we wanted to make that $62.5 million contribution today as an opportunity to sort of show the region that we're in and we're putting skin in the game, how do we do that, I think, is Councillor Santos' question. Is that fair, Councillor Santos?
Yeah, that's what I want some explanation on.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, Councillor. So that's essentially our option 4 in the options that was shared as part of the budget book. And we can definitely do that as if that's what Council supports for today, we can definitely do that.
So, thank you. And through you, Mr. Chair, if the issue is the region waiting for the City of Brampton to put skin in the game, I think that that's a pretty strong signal. And I'm just as committed to seeing a hospital as much as everybody else. And so if there's an option not to do it on the tax base, but if there's capital funding that is an option for us to bring forward and just put it on the table now, since it's such an urgent matter for everybody, I think that that's something that we should seriously consider, and then wait until January to find out what the region says. And if the region actually says no, then perhaps we could come back to the table and discuss what a hospital levy paid for by the taxpayers in Brampton would look like. But if we have money up front to pay now, then why not consider doing that? I mean, it's a pretty urgent matter. Anyway, I put that forward there for consideration, and I will hold off on bringing forward a motion at the moment, but it's something that I think requires serious consideration. Thanks.
I just add to that, I think Councillor Santos, if we pay the bill now, that's a pretty significant commitment. The clerk was just telling me we cannot put a levy on a future council. They'd have to make that decision themselves. Going back to Councillor Santos, you still have the floor.
Thank you. Sorry. So, so, Mr. Clerk, if I wanted to put forward that motion now, because that option number 4 has been discussed already, considering the region has to come back in January, and they're looking for, as some of my council colleagues had said, the City of Brampton to put skin in the game. Well, let's do it. So, Mr. Clerk, what would that motion look like if we wanted to bring forward option 4?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, then a motion would be that option 4 is set out in the report, 8.3, which is city funds at 50% of the 125 million, with source of funding being the existing Phase 2 Peel Memorial funding in the order of 21.9 million, and the balance being from the return of capital through the 2022 budget. That motion can be placed on the floor. It probably would, I just think probably need some comment from finance in terms of how that fits into the budget deliberation so far, because I can't comment on that.
To Mark and Nash?
Thank you, Chair. So that would actually be a 0% impact to the tax levy in this year, because we would be using the reserves directly for that.
That's the unused capital.
Mm-hmm. From Reserve 4 and the Peel Memorial Reserve.
Okay.
And Councillor Santos, if I can make a friendly suggestion, I know you
Yeah.
put this on the floor, but maybe for something as significant as this, we would have all of council second, and because Councillor Fertini was the one who's really been talking about this the last 2 months, maybe he could put it forward, just a friendly suggestion?
Yeah, sure. I'm fine with that if Councillor Fertini wants to put it forward instead. But I think that, this shows some pretty serious commitment from the city of Brampton that we could then take to the region and say, you know what, in January, and forward it to the regions for their report back in January, so that they can't come back to say that Brampton doesn't have skin in the game. Thank you. I'll leave it up. Like, I'm happy to move it, but if Councillor Fortini would like to do that, I'm happy with that as well. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Next speaker is Councillor Fortini.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. To staff, we keep talking about 62 million capital projects. I'm a little bit confused. I'm going through my binder now, and we had our briefing. Councillor Vicente was there. I added 68 million. We should not add the 22 million that's left over from the last levy. That's got nothing to do with this. That's already there. So if we got to come up with 125 million, you minus the 21.9, whatever it is, 22 million with the interest, that leaves us 103 million. I added up 68.2 million capital projects. You show 42.6. Where's the other 15.6 million that we talked about that Tuesday?
To the CEO or to the treasurer?
To treasurer.
Thank you.
Will you give us a report when we were trying to, and I asked to hold that report. There's 15.6 million of capital funding that's been returned. Part of that was development charges, that's fine, but still, there's still 11.4 million. So there is 68.2, and let's not talk about the 22 million left over from last hospital. That's got nothing to do with our capital projects. We're confusing things here.
Through the chair, Councillor, I'd like please to refer you to question, just 1 second. Slide 22 of the Q&As that were sent on Friday to Council.
So again, I'm gonna ask the question again. Last Tuesday, when we went through our budget, we said there was 42.6 million on reserves on capital project. I added 68 million. We did a presentation. There was 15.6 minus development charges. There's also 11.4 that could be moved onto the 42 without that 20. I don't like to talk to that 20. That was on reserve, infrastructure levy. I wanted to floor.
Councillor, the 15.6 you're referring to, these are capital projects that were returned previously prior to the Q3 report. They were just mentioned there as an indication that in addition to the funds of 69 that are being returned as part of that report, we also previously returned 15.6. So that 15.6 shouldn't be counted twice. It was already accounted in the balances of the reserves that we have put forward. If you can take a look at slide 22 in the Q&A, that would give you a much better idea about the availability of funds for funding the hospital funding. We have it now in front of us.
Okay, I got it. So I see what you're saying. Okay, so it's 106. So the 42 minus 6. So I still don't want to bring this to the region. I want to start this levy now. We cannot bring it to the next because regardless, like I said, I'm asking, if we start a levy now and the region decides to give us a certain amount, can it be minus from the levy and stop the levy anytime we want? The staff, can the levy be stopped anytime?
I think it's not. I think it's the decision of council, Councilor Fortini, to decide if they'd like to stop that at any time, and that would be again a budget amendment through the year.
Right. So we got the approximately the 21.9 plus the 42. That gives us 60. So we're short 60 plus. So we're short about 70 million, approximately 68 point something. So we should start the levy. Whatever region gives us, we minus off what we're short, and the levy, instead of going for 7 or 8 years, we could do it for 3 years. We could stop at any time. So I want to keep that motion. And Mr. Clerk, I had the motion already from last time when it was referred to staff to start the levy this year. Am I correct?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, there was a motion that carried at council on November 3rd.
Right.
And that motion had multiple parts, and the first part was that Brampton commits to the 10% local share in collaboration with the region, that the estimated $20 million surplus available from 2012 special healthcare levy be applied towards the levy to help offset the cost burden, and that staff be directed to bring forward a report as part of the 2022 budget on options for funding, the city's required 10% contribution, including the sale of surplus land as ratified by council, redeployment of unused capital budgets and reserves, and spreading the levy over a longer period, and petitioning the province for paying up to 50% share.
Okay, so that passed already. So that means we should be starting the levy now. Am I correct?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I believe it's still subject to budget approval.
Okay. So anyway, I want to keep that motion on the floor. I want to start it this year. I want to record a vote. Whatever the region comes, like staff said, we could stop the levy anytime. I don't want to drag this another year and go through into the next term. It should start now. They're starting construction 2023. I know it's 250 beds plus the 100 beds in case we get more. But if we start it now, I think we're a year ahead. If there's a problem now, it's going to be a problem in 2027 when this is all finished. So the faster we get this done, the better it is. So I want to continue the motion I had to start it this year, whatever it is, and then we should always stop it. That's my motion, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councilor.
I'd like to record a vote, please.
Thank you, Councilor Fortini. Next speaker up is Councilor Medeiros, followed by Councilor Williams.
Thank you very much, through you, Mr. Mayor. I guess to staff, if they can walk me through, I just want us to paint the picture from a financial perspective. So my understanding, in terms of the reserve fund, that is coming from discretionary, or is that coming from essentially where we have a dedicated infrastructure levy?
Through the chair, Councillor, that would be coming from primary reserve 4. So where the infrastructure levy contributes.
Yeah, and thank you. That's what I thought. So let's keep walking me through. This budget, we're shortchanging the infrastructure levy. So what are we doing this time? Nash, can you confirm what we've reduced the infrastructure levy to now?
Sorry, we wouldn't be reducing the infrastructure levy with this. We would just be utilizing funds that are not currently yet assigned to other capital projects.
No, I understand, but isn't part of the budget proposal to reduce our infrastructure levy contribution? Because we reduced it in the previous years, and are we reducing it to 0.07 now?
Through the chair, yes, Councillor. Currently, it's proposed to be reduced to 0.7% as an increase. This would actually just be utilizing the funds that currently have not been assigned to capital projects. So the levy wouldn't change, but we would be utilizing more of what's currently available.
So again, let's explain this to our neighbors and to our residents, and just in a simple man's term. So we're rating the infrastructure reserves. We're taking 60 odd million out. Then at the same time, we've reduced the budget, the infrastructure levy to where it is now. So meaning that as we take money from one account, that same tax levy or the same infrastructure levy we have to repay that account, it's actually even going down. So, essentially in my mind, either, the choice here is, do we get residents to support a hospital levy of 2%? Or in fact, do we think residents are going to be happy to, for us down the road to put an infrastructure levy of 3-4%? Because as we deplete the account, the same instrument that we're using to pay it back, we're also reducing it. So unless someone can walk me through, but this is really dangerous sort of financial planning and so that those projects in which the money has been returned, can you give us a list of those projects or where we're getting that 62 million, where we've identified? So what are projects that we're taking the money away, and those projects then, what are we doing with those projects? Are they going to be on the books, or are we canceling those projects?
So, Councillor, just to verify, the 20 million, the 62 is made up of two parts. The 20 million is what has been previously reserved for the Peel Memorial. So that will be part of that.
Yep.
The 42 with and the return, the projects that will be making that up. We have previously showed council that in the report, the latest capital report that we have shared with council, it includes a list of the full list of projects that make up the overall return.
Can you rhyme, what are some of the top 3 projects out of that 42 million?
I'll ask my colleague Mark just to take us through some of the bigger ones. Thank you.
Thank you, Nash. Through the chair to Councillor Medeiros, I'm just pulling up the file here. It's Schedule D of the Q3 capital status report. So the number 1 project is the Center for Innovation at 30.6 million. The second biggest is the site servicing delivery at the CAA lands. That was 11.4 million. There's land acquisitions, both general 6 million for road widenings and 4 million for fire station. Parkland over dedication for 3.6 million, animal shelter design for 3 million, and so on. So those are the largest projects.
Yeah, and thank you very much, Mark, and through, I guess, the mayor. So when we're talking about taking that money that was dedicated to the Innovation Center, for example, in terms of repaying it, so we're just expecting, so we take out this 60 million now, and then over the next couple of years, the infrastructure levy that we collect will go towards those projects in which we already had, putting us further behind, I guess, our infrastructure needs. And I guess, one of the big questions I think this council has to answer is us by doing this and putting our reserves into this, and I know, the idea is to avoid any tax increases or trying to reach the zero, but the problem is we still have to pay the piper. And, essentially all these other, again, the Innovation Center, so how does that impact the university? How does that impact, councillors are having, town halls on bringing an institution, and if there's no Innovation Center or it's being delayed, that has sort of ramifications. The site servicing for CAA lands, well, Councillor Bowman and myself, that's a very strategic sort of initiative, and I'm not, again, once suggesting that, in terms of what we're doing or not doing, I just don't understand, because a lot of these projects, to be, some of these projects are probably more important than others. And then after, it's almost to that question is I don't know what I don't know. And I don't know, how critical some of these projects are to those, service areas. So when you talk about animal services, and I know that that's been sort of an area which we need to provide funding and support. So those are a lot of things. And I think just from a resident perspective, it's one thing to say that you're applying a levy for healthcare and for the hospital. I think people understand that. When it's an infrastructure levy, not understanding that all this capital we basically deferred to avoid tax today, but we're still going to pay the piper down the road. And then it becomes a tsunami of financial management. So I will listen to my colleagues. I have difficulties rating our reserve. And frankly, I know it's a creative way. People, this is one attempt. I just don't know how responsible this is from a long-term financial perspective, because to make up those monies, it's almost like we're starting from scratch again from those projects. And I don't know how critical some of those projects are. So I'll listen to my colleagues. I understand that we're all trying to be unified and support the hospital. I just don't know if that's a responsible way of taking reserve money that is for infrastructure to be spending on it. And I think residents would understand more tax levy dedicated to hospital instead of depleting our much needed reserves when it comes to our infrastructure and our capital. So I'll listen to my other colleagues, but thank you very much for the answer, staff. Thank you.
Is Councillor Williams.
Thank you, through you, Mayor. So I'm just trying to understand some things here. We have an ability to be able to contribute 62 million to go towards this hospital, and we are hoping to have skin in the game so that we want to do this to have skin in the game to say to the region that we're doing this. What is the region doing? Have other regions ever contributed to a community portion of a hospital levy? Has that happened in other regions?
Yes, Councillor Williams, if you're asking me, that's how the Vaughan Hospital was built. The Markham Hospital, the regional contribution was about 60%. Those are two recent hospital builds. In Windsor right now, that's undergoing the same process. The region contributed about 40% of the cost. Almost in every case of a hospital build, I know the RVH in Barrie, same thing. It was a county contribution and a city contribution. The only example where the region didn't contribute is probably Oakville, but otherwise it's pretty standard that it's a joint responsibility. I'm not sure, Mark, if you want to add to that.
Through the chair to the mayor, from what we were able to gather, that is correct. In most of the cases, the region were definitely a contributor.
The region has been a contributor to other hospitals in other areas. So how much has the region appeal contributed to any of the hospitals in the city of Brampton? Have we ever received anything from the region?
Over to Mark.
Through the chair to Councillor Williams, the region did contribute to Brampton Civic Hospital. The exact amount escapes me at the moment, but they did contribute to Brampton Civic, but not to the Peel Memorial.
Never to the Peel Memorial. And so now we have an opportunity to show skin in the game and have the region to be able to contribute to a much needed hospital that Brampton has. We've received $1 billion for this project for Brampton that we have not received funding provincially in over a decade. It's one taxpayer, and I know when I speak to my residents, their questions are, why do we have to contribute to a hospital levy when we pay taxes all the time, and our money is supposed to be going to making sure that we are safe and healthy and taken care of by our healthcare system. And right now we have an opportunity to see the 250 beds with a pathway to 350 beds with a full functioning ER. And the region is kind of mute. And so we need to be able to say to the region, look what we have done. Our residents deserve the opportunity to reap some of the financial benefits from the region, from their regional tax dollars that they are paying, because we've seen the region increase taxes every single year since I've been on this council. So I think it's now time for us to put the money in, give our taxpayers the opportunity and the break that they have been much needing for many, many years in the city of Brampton, and see the region contribute a fair portion to our hospital here in the city. This is a huge opportunity for us, and I would like to see it have least amount of impact on our taxpayers here in Brampton. So I would support 100% having the full contribution that we can. And so if we do contribute to this, will we still have money in the reserves after we contribute this its portion? And will our project still be able to get completed if we do?
Through the chair, Councillor, just I will answer your question. Just wanted to get back to your previous question. The region actually contributed $37 million to Brampton Civic. And you also can, we have a previous report that we have put in for the hospital funding. It also includes in the appendix and a scan of the different contributions by different municipalities and at what level they have contributed as part of that report. But just going back to your question, if we contribute, of course, again, I keep distinguishing the 20 million from the $42 million. The 20 million are already in the account. They have been flagged for supporting healthcare, so that was always dedicated for that and can be used for it. The 42 is actually being funded from our infrastructure reserve. So it will, even though currently it hasn't been assigned projects in our capital plan, it is meant to support infrastructure projects into the future and in future plans at the city. So it will be depleting those funds that in the future could have been used for other infrastructure projects.
And I thank you for that, Nash, but I do keep stressing the importance of healthcare infrastructure, and we have to see this hospital built with the least amount of impact to our taxpayers. They have been suffering significantly from not having healthcare. People have been in hallways. These taxpayers that have been paying into our tax base, into the region, have been in hallways. And so they have paid enough, physically and financially have paid enough, and we have the ability right now to be able to do it. I just think that, you know, when it comes down to a regional contribution, we need to be able to say, look, you've got to be able to contribute. $37 million to the Brampton Civic Hospital, to me seems like not a significant contribution in comparison to the cost of that hospital and in comparison to what our residents have had to pay, both again financially and also emotionally and mentally, from being subjected to being in hallways and just the overall frustration and gas of having to go to other regions to get healthcare. We are at a point where we need to be able to say to our taxpayers, you know, we are going to be able to do this and make sure that they are taken care of and that the region is able to contribute a significant amount to this hospital bill. I'll continue to keep listening to my other councillor colleagues, but I do feel it is important that we give our residents the opportunity to say, we've got you. We've got you in this one, and you've paid a significant amount over the years, and the region is now, we need to look to the region to pay their share. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Williams. Councillor Palashi.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I started thinking with this discussion that I'm not going to support either motion. I'm certainly not going to support a levy this year with the year that we've gone through and the amount of people that have lost their job or are having a difficult time right now and complaining about Brampton's taxes. I guess what that motion essentially does is push me towards the motion of reserving the amount now. And the only reason that I guess I would support that option 4 moved by Councillor Santos is essentially what it could do is you're earmarking the dollar amount from the reserves now, but come the next term of council, that term could then make a decision whether to continue with those funds from the reserve or implement a levy at that time. So I guess that's kind of the way I'm thinking. I really didn't want to make a decision now because I wanted the region obviously to do something, and thank you to Councillor Fortini for having the foresight to pump that up to the region to see if we could get them to support. Obviously they didn't feel like they wanted to make that decision now, and hopefully they'll make it in this coming up year to support William Osler. But until then, I really didn't want to make that decision. But I guess with a motion on implementing a levy now, it's pushing me to support the monies from the monies that are earmarked through this budget and kind of put a placeholder on them. So I guess I'll support that. But I just wanted to say I don't think that we should have even made that decision this year for next term of council. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Willens.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor. This is a tough decision for sure, but I tend to agree with Councillor Medeiros. You know, we've had people paying both levies, that infrastructure levy and the hospital levy at the last term, start of the term or part of the term. And we've had a lot of people that are in an area of Brampton where the infrastructure is aging, that's going to need replacement. And if we keep depleting from our infrastructure money from the capital, what that's supposed to be used for, that's going to be delayed even more. We've got a lot of new residents that are come to Brampton because it's, you know, an attractive place to come to, that are using the things like the hospital and have brand new infrastructure in their communities where they've moved into. So I don't know, it is a tough call, but I'm leaning towards more what Councillor Patini is looking at now. Just for clarifications, I guess, Mark, we do have the 22 million that's earmarked for the hospital anyway. Is that correct?
Through the chair, that's correct.
Okay, very good. Thanks. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Councillor Fortini.
Thank you. So we keep confusing that we have 64.5 million for the hospital from the reserves or from infrastructure. You know, we cannot add the 22 million or 21.9 million. That was already dedicated from our last hospital, thanks to the last councillors were there, or else we wouldn't have had this hospital. And I wonder where we would have been today.
Councillor Fortini, the clerk had just told me before you were speaking that is dedicated to this.
That's what I'm looking at.
Sorry,
and if it wasn't for the
so Pat, can we just have the clerk explain this so everyone understands?
So all I can say is that 22 million is identified as Phase 2 Peel Memorial funding available. If it's earmarked for that or for something else, I would defer to finance because I'm not I don't know for certain. It's labeled as that.
Mr. Clerk, I get that, but we keep talking about 64.5 from reserves and all. We should never add the 22 or the 21.9 million. That was done by the last levy. And if it wasn't for the last council, we wouldn't have to have this hospital. I don't know where we would have been now with this COVID pandemic where everyone would have gone. So we have to come up with 125. You minus the 21.9 and it leaves us 103,000 approximately. If we want to put the 42, that's fine. If we don't, we don't. We have to start a levy one way or another. If the region comes forward and gives us money, we could always stop it. But we gotta start this. We got people there. We're worried about people losing business and this and that. There's no price tag on healthcare. You know, like if you guys actually go sit in the emergency here for 5 hours and just take a look. I just don't get it. When it comes to healthcare, you can't get in now to these hospitals for surgeries. People are waiting. Mr. Mayor, you did a poll on the healthcare. 83% were happy to put a levy on. on the poll you did. So the residents are happy to pay the $50 or $80 a year towards the hospital. And the poll says very clearly it was 83% were in favor of it. So we're saying, oh, let's move it to next year, let's move it to another year. We're just being around the bush. We are here to make hard decisions and easy decisions. We're paid until the end of the term. Nobody wants to make a hard decision, it looks like. But you know what? I want to keep my motion on the floor. I want to record a vote. This has to be started now. If we're going to be serious, healthcare is one of the most important. Here we are, people calling for a university. They want a hospital. They want that, and we're playing games. That's what we're doing here. Like, are we going to be serious about this? Like, this hospital here, they already said they get an average of 430 people just through the emergency. And then they say there's a 12-hour wait. Well, 12-hour wait, we can't blame the hospital. We should be blaming ourselves here because we're not doing nothing about it. We're just going around in circles here because it looks like nobody wants to say yes to, to start a levy. But at the end of the day, you did the poll, 83% said they were happy to pay a levy. Am I correct, Mr. Mayor?
Okay, thank you, Councillor Fertini.
Am I right or wrong? I'm asking you. That poll said 83%.
Oh, you're asking
they were
about,
happy to start a levy.
Are you asking about the budget survey?
Yes.
Yes,
And they
the
all
question was,
agreed.
would they support a healthcare levy? And the vast majority of the city would, but it wasn't a question of whether we pay it now or we delay. I think
Well,
if we asked that question, they'd say pay it now.
Well, yeah, of course, if we had the money. But the levy question was, is everyone happy to have a second hospital, full 24-hour emergency, paying a levy? 83% said yes. So it tells you right there. It looks like when we do these polls, we do it, but and then at the end, we only pick and choose. Like at the end of the day, we need a healthcare here. We're all dying for a second hospital. We're playing games, and and the region did say they're willing to help. Whatever they help, they put it towards it. If they give us 10 million or 50 million or 40 million, we just stop the levy. We don't have to continue for 10 years. We stop it at 3 years or 4 years, or we can continue to start planning for a third hospital. I have money aside. Vaughan planned their levy in 2016, started their levy, and they finally got the hospital built. They started 6 years before. So I just don't want, going back to the region, they're going to say, well, you didn't do anything about it. Whatever they do, we can just minus. It's a simple math. It's not that hard to say, okay, we could stop it. So I want to continue it. I'm going to ask for a recorded vote. I want to start the levy this year. And that's what I intended to do because I've seen what these people go through. And there's no price on healthcare. We're playing games here. End of story. Bye.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Fertini. Our next speaker is Councillor Paleschi, then Councillor Basante. And I was going to reserve my comments for when council exhausted their commentary.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The other reason why I'm not supporting the levy is what I heard from a lot of residents was after the Mississauga announcement, they were asking me why the taxpayers have to fund the hospital and Mississauga doesn't. And I know that we don't fully understand what the whole Mississauga announcement is yet. We're asking GR to look into it and get back to us, and we're still waiting on that. But before I can even go back to the residents to say, I'm not going to go back and say, no, that announcement wasn't entirely true. But I do want, additional information with respect to the Mississauga announcement. And so that's one of the other reasons why I'm not supporting a levy in this year's budget. But that doesn't mean that I won't support it if I have the honor to be reelected next term. It doesn't mean I won't support it then. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Paleschi. Councillor Basante.
Thank you, Mayor. To anyone on staff who can answer this question. So the province has dedicated or earmarked up to $1 billion for the construction of William Osler. I'd like to know at what point during the process of completion of planning for the building and construction, when would they require the funds from the city? Like, is it is it up front? Is it later on in the process? Is it at the end?
Through the chair, Councillor, they are required from 2027 and beyond. That's when they start the construction. and that's when the funding needs to be available. They also don't need a commitment at this point. They need it next year in, I believe, February 2023.
Sorry, what is it that they need in February
The
2023?
commitment of funding, they require it by February 2023.
Next year, okay. So actually, not next year, the year after, okay. So we have a number of motions that we're looking at here where we would be dedicating existing reserves, and we already have 20 million from before. So how much money do we have if we were to do both? How much money do we have combined? And then how much more is required?
Councillor, combined, you mean the current, what's currently being proposed as part of option 4?
Correct.
Combined between the 22 million from the previous healthcare funding and the 40, we have 62 million. And then if we do want to fulfill the whole 125 million, then that would require another levy, and we need to calculate how much that is.
Okay. And how much have we been in discussion to seek from the Region of Peel?
As of current, we don't have any commitment from the Region of Peel.
Do we know what we are asking them for?
Half.
50%.
50%, yes, half.
If they're asking, it's whatever
So
we
an
get, we
additional
get.
62 million.
Okay, so what percent of the total that we have pledged to William Osler would we have if we dedicate the existing reserves and the previous levy amounts that are in reserves as well?
The 62, that's option 4, that fulfills 50% of the overall requirement.
So depending on what we do today, we would have 50% already dedicated, correct?
That is correct, yes. If council decides to dedicate those funds, yes.
And then we would have until 2027, is that correct? To raise the remainder, which could include the region?
That's correct, yes. The money won't be required till 2027.
Okay. I'm just, as I listen to the conversation, I think that fortunately, and Brampton is in a strong position, we are able to declare today a very strong commitment with one or a few decisions today. We can declare a very strong position in support of William Osler, which I think for anyone who is looking for a commitment from Brampton, it is a strong declaration in and of itself. And I have confidence from what I've heard from Councillor Frattini and other members that we can have a strong partner with the Region of Peel. I tend to agree that if we can make that 50% declaration today, and as part of the work that we're doing here within this budget, it has no impact on the taxpayer. But let's be clear, these are funds raised from the taxpayers of this city, so they deserve all that credit. And then we have a significant amount of time, not just to work with the region and see what we can obtain from there, but then if there is some outstanding amount, it would be much less than 50%, I would hope, but we can't speak ahead of time, to allocate the necessary funding for Peel Memorial Phase 2. So I hope that we can support option 4, which brings us halfway there. We have work that we're doing when we come back at the region to work with them and raise potentially the rest. And I think that that is a very, very strong declaration that we are ready and willing to put in our share for Peel Memorial. So I'll continue to listen to other members, but I hope that we can do that today. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Vasante. We have Councillor Pertini and Medeiros back on the board, and then if that exhausts the speakers list, I will have my comments where hopefully can bring us together on the same page. Over to you, Councillor Medeiros.
It's Councillor Fortini, sorry. So
Councillor Pertini, apologies.
Yeah, I wish you would say your comments first, but it's okay. I'll wait for the mayor. Can you explain, as you know, about the Mississauga Hospital to Councillor Paleshi? What's going on with that hospital? You know more, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah.
Why they're not doing a tax levy, and why they're getting so much, and why they don't have to pay a tax levy?
So, and that question is to me, Councillor Pertini.
Yeah, and when the construction started.
Yeah, and so the Mississauga Hospital announcement, it is 10 years out, so it's much a longer pathway to their construction than we have here in Brampton. Hospitals take a while to build, but we have a much more expedited timetable. There's 350 net new beds in Mississauga. You don't look at the beds they replace with a bed. You look at the net new beds, and they have 350 new beds in Mississauga. And in Brampton, they're building for 350 new beds with immediate funding for 250. But by the time, and then to follow, the operational funding would follow for the additional beds. So we would be essentially the same amount of net new beds. What makes me envious of the Mississauga Hospital is obviously they have a much more elaborate emergency department proposed in their hospital than we have. But it doesn't take away from the fact that $1 billion investment in our community is a huge step in the right direction. In terms of Mississauga not wanting to do a levy, I know I've spoken to Mayor Crombie about the local share contributions, and I know that philosophically she disagrees with this being on the backs of property taxpayers. We actually had an extensive discussion about this at the Big City Mayors Caucus, in part about expenses that are not traditional to municipalities being put on their backs. And so I think Mayor Crombie is likely to do some more advocacy to the province around that front, because the local share for Mississauga would be exorbitant for a redevelopment. And what may happen and what's happened before is that the local share is requested not for the redevelopment, but the net new.
Okay, thank you. And that's very clear. That's why I made you say it. You're a better speaker than me. So I know about it because at the end, they're getting the same beds we are. They're just replacing the old ones. So we have ours is 200 plus 100 to expand. But we also have a cancer treatment. So I'm going to turn this over to staff and finance. What is 1% of our property tax comes out to 1 year?
Through the chair, it's $4.9 million.
4.9. So say 5 million.
Yeah.
So if we start this, we don't start this now. 5 times 5 is only 25 million. How are we going to come up with the money in 2017? If we have to pay in full? If we don't start this levy?
Through
I'm doing
the
math
chair.
now. 5 million. We started this year. Let's say we started next year, like some councillors want to do. That's 2022. In 5 years, 5 times 5 is 25 million we're going to come up with. Even if we have a little bit of growth, it'll bring us to 27 million. Where are we going to get the rest in 2017?
Through the chair. So, Councillor, there are two things that need to be considered. If we start the levy at one point in the future, it's cumulative. So every year it builds on itself, and we also would go beyond the 2027. So we have the ability to basically like bridge this through our own funds until we collect the full amount.
Right. So that means we'll have to borrow the money, and the levy will have to pay the borrowing.
Internal borrowing for some parts of it, yes.
Yeah, and that's what I was trying to get at. So even if we do 4.9, some saying 5 million, 5 times 5 is 25 million, with the growth is 27 million, we're still short 45 million. that means we're going to be in the hole, borrowing money at 4.6% interest. So really, out of the 4.9, say 5 million, we're only going to contribute 4 million because probably $500,000 is on interest. So the faster we get this done, started, the better we are. That's why I'm pushing for this year. This year, it's an extra $5 million of property if we do that 1% levy towards a hospital. And it's only an average of about $48 to $70, depends on the home, per year. So the math works very simple, you know? So, and then whatever the region does, it's all extra. We don't even know if the region is. So far, some councillors are saying yes and some are saying no. So we have to wait till January. So let's start it now. And then if we ever get anything from the region, we just minus it. And going back to Mississauga Hospital, that's 10 years away. Yes, maybe the province, it might be the Green Party, it might be the NDP. They might change the rules and say, no, we're funding it. We can't wait 10 years on the road to see what Mississauga is going to do for our hospital here. You know, we got to start this now. They're starting construction next year, 2023. It's going to be done by 2026, and the cancer treatment will be done 2027. That's 4 or 5 years down the road. So, you know, if we're going to wait till, like Mississauga, wait 10 years down the road, they don't even know exactly what's happening there. They're in the first stage. So, you know, we don't even know if they even might get it. What happens if they pull funding? The next government, like we had our university pull our funding when it was approved by the Liberals. We still don't know. So let's not look at Mississauga. Let's worry about our own here, you know, at the time. We should never look at other people. Look at our own. Let's push for ours. And then whatever they get, hey, we should be happy because at the end of the day, we'll be using it too, just like they'll be using ours. So I want to continue to start it now because I don't want to go into borrowing and 6 years down the road and part of our city in deficit, and we got to continue to levy, paying the interest in borrowing money just for a hospital, for healthcare. Thank you.
Through the chair, Councillor, just to clarify, the spending profile would start in 2007, and then it will take several years to happen, the actual construction and so on. So we would be contributing not the whole amount upfront, but as we need through that period. And also the borrowing, if we are doing it for that amount, we can actually do internal borrowing because we're just covering a short period to get us to those times. Just wanted to clarify some of the technicalities around this.
Okay, but construction is not starting 2027. It's starting 2023. It's going to be open with the cancer treatment 2027. It's going to be, the hospital will be completed the way it's scheduled 2026, and the other portion will be 2027. 250 beds with an additional 100 beds. So we're getting 350 just like Mississauga is. So hoping we could push for more. We need 900 beds. We need 1,000 beds. I agree, but it's a start. It's a start. So the construction will be finished 2027. That's what they're saying, and that's what the presentation said. So we're not starting construction 2027. We're starting 2023. Just to clarify.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Fertini. Next comment or question is Councillor Medeiros.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Brown, and I'll wait for, I guess, your comments as well. I guess, you know, all of council is saying the same thing. We do want to support healthcare. We do want to support the hospital. I think the divide, again, in terms of the path that we get there, and this is what I'd be interested to hear from our treasurer. We had, you know, some members of council weren't around last term when we had the McCarter report. And the McCarter report at that time made council double their investment in infrastructure levy. And that was a 10-year outlook, if I'm not mistaken, and feel free if staff want to jump in and correct me. But essentially, we said that from a long-term perspective, if we didn't double our levy now, which at the time was not even sufficient to address our infrastructure needs and our capital needs, that we'd be in trouble long-term. And everything that we're doing goes against all the rationale for the McCarter report and the rationale for why you doubled the levy. Because now we've hatched the levy to go to 0.07%, and on top we're going to our reserves. And you know, it's not to sort of say that, and I understand for short-term gain, you know, and everyone's going for the zero, and by all means, and I support what everyone's saying that, you know, it's been a difficult year and so on. But sustainability, you know, if you go to residents and explain to them, it's a zero today, but 5% down the road, or you're not getting those other investments, we keep talking that the roosters, the chickens are going to come home to roost, and or the roosters are going to come home to roost, then we're going to be in a situation here in a couple of years that financially is very difficult. So, you know, and that's kind of the thing. But to the treasurer, you know, not to put you on the spot, but from a recommendation perspective, and I understand this is a political, you know, these are choices that motions are moved, but from a recommendation, from a financial management and from our infrastructure levy, you know, you've provided some thoughts, but, you know, to me, it doesn't sound prudent to go and deplete the reserves on important projects we've identified as some of them priorities to offset this levy, which eventually we're going to have to pay back not only the reserves, but then have to apply the levy. Now, any comment, I find it hard that any treasurer in the municipality would recommend or would support, you know, this financial option, or is this strictly political?
Nash?
Thank you, Chair. To the councillor, as you know, when we put the budget book proposal, the hospital at the time was not part of the proposal, and the increase in the proposal that we have put does not include the hospital. We were asked to provide an option on how possibly this can be funded, but you are correct, like us utilizing the reserve for funding does put the pressure on our infrastructure overall, and it's not within what we currently proposed within the budget book. Again, Councillor, you mentioned that this is a end of the day like a council decision, but from a financial perspective, it was not part of our budget book proposal.
Yeah, and I appreciate it. I'm sorry not to put you on the spot. I just want to be clear, you know, so I find it surprising, like just from a financial management perspective, you know, this goes against every sort of, you know, rule and every type of fine sound, you know, long-term financial planning for us to be taking this approach. And it's almost like we're gambling with the future here. And so I don't know. And again, I will let the mayor speak, but you know, to take away from those reserves and apply it to this, if there's another sort of way, maybe. But I think the prudent thing would be to do a tax levy at this time. But I do know that what cycle we're in. I do know the pressures that people have, and you know, and I do appreciate that people that, you know, councillor, have heard from the residents that, you know, they want a zero. But this is we're entering into really dangerous water territory, and I can tell you, all the gains we've had from previous years, it seems in this term, because of us in this thing for us wanting to get to zero, we've essentially, you know, put our future into, you know, real tough bind. And, you know, no one can tell me different that financially moving forward, if we look at this in a 10-year perspective, that this is responsible financial management. But, you know, these are political options, and I appreciate that. But I just think that people have to be cognizant that, you know, prudent approach is really supporting Councillor Fortini's motion at this time, and it helps us, you know, build a little bit more sustainable future instead of what we're looking towards undoing. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, Councillor Fortini.
Thank you for allowing me to speak again. One quick question. I've asked, when we presented the first motion I presented there, I asked also to look at sales. We got the transit, the old transit sitting at Bramley station there, Bramley Center, fenced off. Why we have that? We got the old ambulance station on Bramley Road. The roof is caving in. Why do we have that? Like, we can look at some properties too that just sitting there to raise some of this money, because at the end, the property doesn't belong to me or council or anybody. It belongs to the city. The hospital will be part of the city. You know, these little dinky properties sitting around, 3 million here, 4 million there. You know, it's we could. Why don't we look into that and try to do some sales? They're just sitting there, falling apart. That's my one question. My other question was, You know, when we look at the zero, Councilor Maderos, we all got complaints about grass cutting and this and that. We say we're not cutting facilities, but our ice rinks just opened up this weekend. Some of our councilors that were here last term, when we did the Santa Claus parade, we were already skating. So when we're cutting a little bit here, a little bit there, a little bit there, we're cutting everywhere to do it zero. And at the end, we're getting complaints on trees, we're getting complaints on grass and parks, we're getting complaints everywhere. So that's how we end up cutting everywhere to save some money on the taxes. But everyone wants, but nobody wants to pay the taxes. So I remember the Santa Claus parade when I was last term, the ice rinks were all open. We got water. It's got nothing to do with weather. Plus 5 degrees, those pipes will freeze. Toronto opened their ice rinks over 4 weeks ago. So again, on the taxing piece, but let's look at some properties too. If we have to help the, you know, on the tax levy, we got a lot of these little properties sitting around doing nothing. And you know, the hospital I think is more important than having these Grammy City Station there, the old bus terminal or the old ambulance just sitting there falling apart, which is not even being used. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Frattini. That now exhausts our speakers list. I wanted to say a few comments on this. One thing that I've heard loud and clear from councils, we all want a new hospital built. You know, the pathway to get there, you know, there may be some different perspectives, but I think the message coming loud and clear from this conversation is that we need this hospital built, that our residents need this hospital built. And everyone has a story of a loved one, a neighbor, or a friend who has faced the adversity of not having adequate healthcare facilities in our city. You know, Councillor Frattini spoke so passionately about his wife's experience, but I know we all have experiences. You know, I mentioned this when they had the hospital announcement. I still remember getting up in the provincial legislature and asking Jamie Lee Ball's question. I remember meeting her in Brampton and telling me about spending 3 days in the hallway. And I said to her at the time, if you could ask any question to the Premier and the Health Minister, what would it be? I'll ask it for you. And I felt that her story had been experienced 1,000 different times. Every family had a story. And I get them in my email box. And nothing against our healthcare professionals. We've got some of the most exceptional physicians and nurses and healthcare workers in the country who work in our hospital, even knowing that it's under-resourced. They still sign up for that duty of care for other residents. The question now is not if we need this hospital, is how do we show a very significant show of support? And I actually think we're all saying the same thing, but I think we need to look at what the communication of this motion is. Councillor Santos has put forward a motion that would put $62.5 million commitment right away, well in advance. That's a significant commitment. That says that we're not going to delay this commitment. A levy is $4.9 million over a year, over a period of years. The challenge with that is procedurally, we can't, and I verify this to the clerk, we can't bind a future council. And so if you go to the region or the province and say we have a levy, they know the procedures of municipal councils. They know that's a $4.9 million commitment. And I think we should be more ambitious. I think even though, and Councilor Medeiros makes legitimate comments, and I appreciate the fact that he's a watchdog on protecting the health of our reserves. It's important to have someone like that on council looking out for that capacity to fund infrastructure. But at the end of the day, we have to step up. This is on our tippy toes. Us wanting to go beyond simply a $4.9 million levy a year by making a $62.5 million commitment today. We're saying we're not going to delay this to a future council. We're going to step up and we're going to challenge the region that we can do this. Not in a future council, but today. If the region steps up for their $62.5 million and we step up for our $62.5, this is not something that is put off till tomorrow. Too often healthcare has been put off to tomorrow in our city. And I think it will be an opportunity for leadership in our city if we say we're not going to put this off to tomorrow. We're not going to delay this to another council, because who knows what happens? There are changes. People go in different routes and different paths in life. Right now, we've got a council that is excited about healthcare expansion. Seize the opportunity we have where we have 11 members of council all saying, let's build this hospital. And I've seen everyone in their own ways, try to support this. Everyone doing fundraisers for the hospital, everyone chipping in. I know I get invited to events in your wards where constantly you're doing work for the hospital. And so this is our opportunity not to say we're going to make a historic commitment tomorrow. We're going to make that commitment today, not in a future council, but this council. And that's why I think, although it is a substantial commitment and it does use our unused capital, I think healthcare is significant enough that it's worthy of that significant financial commitment. And that's not to say we're not going to continue to push for more healthcare. Frankly, as soon as the shovels get in the ground and the tenders accepted, we're going to have to start lobbying for a third hospital. We'll likely need a hospital levy when we get, the planning grant for a third hospital. This is not the end of our healthcare lobbying. This is a step in the right direction, and it's a significant step. $1 billion commitment is a significant step. And I also think that if we said that we're going to finance this over the next 10 years through reserves, we're essentially letting, one, it's not a commitment that is legal because we can't commit beyond our term, but it also lets the region off the hook, because if you have people that are uneasy about funding a hospital, they can simply say, oh, Brampton's already passed a motion that's going to finance all of it. If anything, we want to raise the ante to the region and say that the other regions in the province have stepped up for healthcare, that having universal quality access to healthcare is critical, and we want the region to be part of the solution like they have been everywhere else practically. And so, I wholeheartedly support Councillor Santos's motion, and I'll ask for a recorded vote on her motion. And over to the clerk.
Councillor Fortini's back on.
Board, Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Just one thing, I know since you talked about the big mayor's thing, maybe you could even lobby, when developers give, in 1996 they changed it, that when developers give, it doesn't be part of the levy towards a hospital. You could put that back, maybe, you can lobby on that. But is my motion still on the floor before Councillor Santos? She waited for my motion. Peter?
So
Mr. Clerk?
through you, Mr. Mayor, right now I see two motions on the floor. The first is, it appears Councillor Singh has taken the reins of Councillor Peleshi's referral motion, unless Councillor Singh...
No, I withdraw that.
You're withdrawing the referral. So then the motion that's on the floor is Councillor Santos's motion, which effectively is just receiving this report, 8.3, and also her motion, which we'll just put on the screen here in a moment. Councillor Fortini, you moved a motion at the November 3rd council meeting, which carried, which said that the city will commit, $21 million from its 2012 reserve for the Peel Memorial Hospital, and then staff report back on other options. Staff reported back on other options, and the Councillor Santos motion, which is moved, is not inconsistent with your motion that carried at council in November. It's still taking the 20 million or 21 million from the Peel Memorial, and it's finding the additional 40-some million to get 62.5 million from reserves. So if that carries, Councillor Santos's motion, I'm not sure, Councillor Fortini, what your motion is, because your motion carried at November 3rd council.
Well, I wanted to continue that motion to start the levy this year, but staff did not bring anything back about the sales of the properties, which was part of that motion. Well, any properties we have. They just brought back unspent capital projects. I asked unspent capital projects. They're bringing projects in the future. But what about all the other properties that we have that we could probably do some sales? I didn't see no report on that. That was part of the motion. So my question is to you, is Councillor Santos' motion before mine?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the answer is yes.
Okay, we'll vote on hers and then I'll put mine forward. Thank you.
Okay.
Mine will come after. Thank you.
Okay, so there's a recorded vote request for the clerk, if you could call the question.
So recorded vote's been requested on Councillor Santos' motion, which is shown on the screen. All in favor, please indicate. Councillor Santos.
Yes.
Councillor Vasante.
Yes, of course.
Councillor Willens.
No.
That's a no. Councillor Paleshi.
Yeah.
Councillor Bowman.
No.
Councillor Medeiros.
No.
Councillor Williams.
Yes.
Councillor Fortini.
It's a no?
Thank you. Councillor Singh.
Yes.
Councillor Dillon.
Yes.
Mayor Brown.
Yes.
The motion carries 7-4.
Okay, and Councillor Fortini, you've got a motion about the unspent, or sorry, the land you wanted more information on?
The motion, they didn't bring the report back. That was part of my first motion, to start the levy now and also look at any capital projects and also unspent some properties, but it looks like the staff didn't do that part of that, what I asked for. But it's okay, the motion went down, I guess we'll start the levy next time and hoping that, whatever happens, I don't need that report now, I guess. Yes, we're not that serious on the hospital part, that's fine. Leave it like that, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Fortini. So that exhausts this item. What's our next item, Peter?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, our next item would be other new business, 11.1, public engagement document, 11.2, 11.4, and 11.5, which is just additional information that's been provided.
Okay, I believe Councillor Williams had a motion. If it's under new business, I know Councillor Williams asked me about when the correct time to put that forward would be.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, I believe there's a number of members of council that have motions on particular budgets. So after we've exhausted all the business that's listed on the agenda, the advice is what we have done in previous budget committee meetings is we'll go through each of the budgets, departmental budgets, and members may have motions or amendments for those budgets. Okay. So in the case of Councillor Williams, it may be an amendment to the Legislative Services budget and the Office of the CEO's budget.
Okay, so do we start that procedurally now?
We can, but we do have the other business items 11.1, 11.2, 11.4, and 11.5. If there is no questions on those items, they could just be received. It's just information that's provided.
Okay, we have a motion to receive that information. A motion for Councillor Vasante to receive the information items. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, the motion carries.
So, Mr. Mayor, that now concludes all of the items that were listed on the agenda for the 2022 budget. So, as I just mentioned, normally what we would do now is we would go through the departmental budget submissions. And I think, Charlotte, that's near the end. And there are a few that there have been conflicts declared, so we'll note those. And I do know that there are members that may have motions that may be amending motions that may be introduced at that particular time for each of those departmental budgets.
Okay, and do we have those motions ready for the departmental budgets, or do you need some time to put that on this?
We do have them ready. I think Charlotte's just going to bring them up. So right now, they're on the screen right now.
Okay.
So we're going to go through the departments in order with the departmental budgets, and if members do have motions related to this departmental budget, now would be the time to introduce those amendments as we deal with each. So the first one on the screen is the Public Works and Engineering 2022 operating budget. The first clause is except for the compensation portion. The second clause is only the compensation portion, as Councillor Willens had declared a conflict. The third part is the 2022 capital budget for Public Works and Engineering, and the last one is approving in principle 2023 and 2024 capital budgets. So when we do get to the point of voting, the second clause, Councillor Willens will have to excuse himself from that vote.
Okay. So this is the first
Just a
one.
question.
Was that you, Councillor Willens?
No, it's Councillor Pelletier.
Okay.
I
I've got a
question.
list. Councillor Pelletier, did you want to speak too? I've got Councillor Basante said he'll move the Public Works Engineering, and Councillor Bowman has a question. But Councillor Pelletier, want me to add you to that list too?
I just have a question of what Peter had just said prior to this Public Works.
Okay. Peter?
Peter, are we going to then re-vote on all of the items again at the final ratification of the budget?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that is a practice that's been followed in the past with Budget Committee, and I would say yes, probably save and accept those for which there has been a recorded vote, because the committee has already voted on those, and if it was to be another vote, first it would have to be a reconsideration and reopening, as we're still in the same meeting.
But this is only committee,
This is only committee.
so you wouldn't have to reconsider committee's vote.
Yes, that you do reconsider. If we're in the same meeting and if there is a recorded vote that has carried, and a member wishes to re-vote or place another vote on that, that is a reconsideration during the same meeting.
Okay, so I'm thinking more of when this is ratified at council.
Yes, when this goes through you, Mr. Mayor, when this goes to council on Wednesday evening, members of council are free to move whatever additional amendments or bring forward motions that may have lost at that meeting as they see fit.
Okay, so, and at council, we'll then go ahead and vote on each department?
Yes, as we are going to do hopefully momentarily here as well, yes.
Okay, I just don't recall voting on each department and then voting again on each department.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, all that we've done at this budget is receive presentations. We have not voted on any departmental budgets to date during this
Right.
4-day meeting.
So I guess Councillor Pelletier, is it fair to say your question is, in past years, have we approved these motions at the special council meeting, or do we do it in advance?
We've done it at Budget Committee because that then creates a set of recommendations from Budget Committee to go to council, and council's free to amend those recommendations as they see fit at the council meeting. But the special council meeting on Wednesday night requires a set of recommendations from this committee.
Okay. Councillor Pelletier, does that finish your questions?
Yes, it does, thank you.
Councillor Bowman?
Thank you. Peter, I've got a question about the overall budget. Am I allowed to ask that now, or are we into individual departments?
Yeah, I think we can be flexible at this point, Councillor Bowman.
Okay, I just wondered what the forecasted number is. I think I saw it from Nash earlier, but the total labor expenditures for 2021, what's our forecasted number now that we're in December?
Councillor, if you give me a few minutes, I'll be able to get you that number. I just need a couple of minutes to find it.
Yeah, I thought you might have said 414 million, but I just want to check. Okay. So yeah, if you can find that for me, Nash, that'd be great. Thank you.
Will do. Thank you.
Okay, so we have the Public Works and Engineering motion moved by Councillor Vasante.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, I suggest we take part 1, 3, and 4 first, and then Councillor Willens can participate in that vote. The second clause, Councillor Willens will have to excuse himself.
Okay. Anyone opposed to paragraphs 1, 3, and 4? Hearing none, they carry.
And then just on paragraph 2.
On paragraph 2?
You can hear me now, Peter?
Yes, we can hear you, Councillor Willens.
Mr. Chair, can we have recorded votes for these, please?
Okay, we can do a recorded vote on this one.
So through you, Mr. Chair, just to clarify, recorded vote, Councillor Vasante's on the just clause 2 or clauses 1, 3, and 4?
All of these motions as we go through them.
Okay, thank you. Recorded vote's been requested on clauses 1, 3, and 4. All in favor, please indicate. Councillor Santos.
Yes.
Councillor Vasante.
Yes.
Counselor Willens,
Yes.
Counselor Paleshi,
Yes.
Counselor Bowman, Counselor Bowman, I'll come back to you.
Yes, Peter, sorry, is it not working?
No, I can hear you now. That was a yes.
Thanks.
Thank you. Counselor Medeiros,
Yes.
Counselor Williams,
Yes.
Counselor Fortini,
Yes.
Counselor Singh,
Yes.
Counselor Dillon,
Yes.
Mayor Brown.
Yes.
That carries unanimously, 11-0. The next vote is on Clause 2, which is shown in red on the screen, which identifies Counselor Willens with a conflict. Counselor Willens is not participating. All in favor, Counselor Santos. Counselor Santos?
Yes.
Thank you. Counselor Vasante? Counselor Vasante?
I said yes.
Oh, okay, thank you. It didn't come through in the chambers. Counselor Paleshi?
Yes.
Counselor Bowman?
Yes.
Counselor Medeiros?
Yes.
Counselor Williams?
Yes.
Counselor Fortini?
Yes.
Counselor Singh?
Yes.
Counselor Dillon?
Yes.
Mayor Brown?
Yes.
That carries 10-0. So the next motion would be for, I believe it's transit. Okay, it's fire and emergency services. The motions are on the screen to approve the operating budget for 2022, the 2022 capital budget, and the 2023-2024 capital budget in principle. We need a mover.
Move, Counselor Santos.
Okay. Is a recorded vote requested on all the motions, Counselor Vasante?
Yes, Mr. Clerk, if you don't mind.
Recorded vote on the fire and emergency services budget. All in favor, please indicate. Counselor Santos.
Yes.
Counselor Vasante.
Yes.
Counselor Willens.
Yes.
Counselor Paleshi.
Yes.
Counselor Bowman.
Yes.
Counselor Medeiros.
Yes.
Counselor Williams. Counselor Williams.
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you. Counselor Fortini.
Yes.
Counselor Singh.
Yes. Yes.
Counselor Dillon. Counselor Dillon.
Can you hear me?
Yes. What's your vote, please?
Yes.
Thank you. Mayor Brown?
Yes.
That carries unanimously, 11-0. The next budget is, I believe, transit for the 2022 operating, 2022 capital, and 2023-2024 capital in principle. We require a mover.
I'm happy to move, Mr. Clerk. Councilor Vasante.
And a recorded vote's been requested. All in favor, please indicate. Counselor Santos.
Yes.
Counselor Vasante.
Yes.
Counselor Willens.
Yes.
Counselor Paleshi.
Yes.
Counselor Bowman.
Yes.
Counselor Medeiros.
Yes.
Counselor Williams.
Yes.
Counselor Fortini. Counselor Fortini.
Can you hear me? Yes.
Yep, thank you. Counselor Singh.
Yes.
Counselor Dillon. Counselor Dillon.
Sorry, Peter, just having trouble unmuting. Yes.
Thank you. Mayor Brown.
Yes.
That carries unanimously, 11-0. The next budget is community services. It's the 2022 operating, the 2022 capital, the 2023 and 2024 capital in principle. And Mr. Mayor, there are members on the board. Counselor Peleshi's first.
Councillor Paleshi, followed by Councillor Bowman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Peter, I'd like to bring forward my motion on the field hockey. We've talked about it enough times throughout the years, and finally we've, staff and the mayor and Councillor Willens and I have had some meetings and discussed how we could make this happen. So a motion was crafted and put together, and I'd like to put that forward now.
Charlotte, if we can bring up Councillor Peleshi's motion. And then if it carries, we can treat the community services budget, I believe it may be capital budget impact, as amended.
Thank you.
Okay, we have the motion on the floor.
Recorded vote is requested for all motions for Councillor. Sorry, a recorded vote's been requested for Councillor Peleshi's motion. Councillor Paleshi, are you moving the community services budget as amended with this, so it can be treated as one motion?
No, because just because Councillor Bowman is on next, so if we just vote on this.
My apologies, Councillor Bowman. Sorry, Mr. Mayor, Councillor Bowman's on to speak. I don't know if he wishes to speak to this.
Do you want to speak to Councillor Peleshi's motion or the general motion on this item?
No, Mr. Mayor, I'm still waiting for Nash to get back with the labor expenditure budget number. So I didn't want to go too far into some of the much larger departments until I had that number. But this is fine. This is fine. Oh, hi, Nash.
Hi, Councillor. Through the chair, Councillor, we're projecting our labor to be at 410 million against the budget of 444.
Okay, so yeah, sorry, Nash, I thought it was 414, but that's okay. So if I can just make this comment then, the budget for 2022, we're still asking for 461 million in labor expenditures. So instead of an increase over last year's budget of roughly 20 million, now we're increasing 50 million from what was realistic. Is that correct?
So, Councillor, keep in mind that also the past couple of years have been an anomaly in terms of COVID and in terms of the measures that we have been following, the service levels that we have been providing, and so on. So the budget next year is aligned more with normal operations and service levels. So, and with the savings that we have, in many cases, we attribute to COVID.
Okay, no, yeah, Nash, that's okay. I'm just looking at this number. So we're going to be $50 million more in labor expenditures this year coming into the budget, because I remember doing this budget last year and we were specifically told that we were sort of not looking at COVID closures. We were going to be looking at business as usual. So I just want to make sure that that this number is correct. So instead of a 3.8% change, it's going to be much higher, and it's going to be a $50 million change over what we actually spent this year. So that's all I wanted to know, because it's going to impact some of these other budgets as well with a lot of people and staff on it. Thanks very much, Nash.
Thank you.
So I am seeing the finance staff shake their heads. Maybe just a broader explanation to Councillor Bowman's question. Mark, do you want to chime in here?
Yeah, through the chair to the councillor, I'm just curious as to what the labor budget's going up due to compensation for all of staff. So there is typically every single year the corporation grows with our 2% agreements through collective agreements, about 15 to 20, 25 million a year every year.
Okay, no, the only thing I'm saying, Mark, is that we finished the year much lower than our projected, $30 million lower than our projection. but we're still asking for that money in plus 20 in next year's budget. So that was the point I was trying to make, that we are actually asking for 50 million, not 21 as originally was planned. The difference between the 2021 budget actual and the 2022 budget, what we're asking for. So that's okay. I just wanted to have that number. Thanks.
Yeah, through the chair, that is correct. So from a COVID perspective, not only are our labor budgets lower, but our other expenditure budgets are lower and our revenue budgets are significantly lower. So as every other municipality that we're aware of, we're not adjusting for COVID. We're budgeting for normal service. So yes, we do have a significant savings this year and last year. However, the expectation is that service levels will revert back to normal, and those budgets need to be maintained so that when we do that, there isn't a massive tax increase at that point.
Yep, no problem. Thanks, Mark. Sorry, Councillor Palashi.
Okay, we have Councillor Palashi's motion on the floor.
Recorded vote's been requested. All in favor, please indicate. Councillor Santos.
Yes.
Councillor Vasante.
Yes.
Councillor Willens.
Yes.
Councillor Paleshi.
Yes.
Councillor Bowman.
Yes.
Councillor Medeiros.
Yes.
Councillor Williams.
Yes.
Councillor Fortini.
Yes.
Councillor Singh.
Yes.
Councillor Dillon.
Yes.
Mayor Brown.
Yes.
That carries unanimously, 11-0. The next would be the community services budget as amended for clause 2 on the capital by Councillor Paleshi's motion. We need a mover for that motion.
Councillor Santos, happy to move.
And Councillor Paleshi, I believe you have a question?
What I wasn't able to find is if there was opportunities through you, Mr. Mayor, to Marion in advancing the Embleton Mississauga Recreation Center. And I know that has a lot to do with the school proximity and some of the other things, but can you maybe I can ask prior to this going to council, can we have a further discussion or can you give a brief update?
Sure. Through the chair to the councillor, I actually would refer this to our colleagues at BDC who have a better sense of the timelines and what we could possibly accelerate. I don't know if Mike Parks has this or David Battani is on the line.
Thanks, Marion. It's David Battoni, Councillor Paleshi. Through the mayor, as discussed previously, we're moving ahead with the due diligence at this time. We are set to prepare the RFP for the design for next year. However, we are still maintaining the current schedule that we had proposed originally, just based on the current timeline.
Okay, but so the money for design and partial construction is in this year's budget?
At this time, it's just for design in 2022, but we are also looking to deliver this through a construction management delivery method. So this gives us the ability to bring on a construction manager to help work with the schedule and the budget, and if needed, to help accelerate the schedule. But we won't know exactly how much we can push this forward until we get the designer on board and the construction manager. The opportunity to start construction in 2023 is already planned, but if there's an opportunity to speed up the process, it wouldn't be necessarily a real major push into 2022 for construction, but it's currently scheduled for construction start in 2023.
And to add to that, Councillor, we're also planning on having public engagement set for January of 2022, so we're moving forward with that.
Yes, I did see that, and thank you for that. And I guess for the design component, the dollars are additional dollars that I put in the budget for last budget cycle, right?
I'd have to defer to finance to double check those numbers, but the money that we have in 2022 is for design and for the CM fee.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, the vote is on the community services budget, moved by Councillor Paleshi as amended. All in favor, please indicate. Councillor Santos.
Yes.
Councillor Vasante.
Yes.
Councillor Willens.
Yes.
Councillor Paleshi.
Yes.
Councillor Bowman.
Yes.
Councillor Medeiros.
Yes.
Councillor Williams.
Yes.
Councillor Fortini.
Yes.
Councillor Singh.
Yes.
Councillor Dillon.
Yes.
Mayor Brown.
Yes.
That motion carries unanimously, 11-0. The next budget is corporate support services. And it's the 2022 operating budget, the 2022 capital budget, and the 2023 and 2024 capital budget in principle.
I'll move it, Councillor Sack.
Councillor Singh.
Sorry, City Clerk, this is Councilor Medeiros. Just a clarification. I know Councilor Fortini sent in a motion regarding tax rebate for snow removal. Is it considered in corporate, or should it be considered, well, I guess we missed it, or Public Works?
Through you, Mr. Chair, there was the motion from Councillor Fortini, which I believe is item 14, or excuse me, I think it was 11.3, and it was considered earlier on in the budget deliberations.
Oh, okay, thank you.
So that's already approved?
That's already approved,
Okay.
yeah.
Okay, Councillor Fortini, that's already in there. Okay, we have this motion from Councillor Singh.
All in favor of the corporate support services budget? Councillor Santos?
Yes.
Councillor Vasante?
Yes.
Councillor Willens?
Yes.
Councillor Paleshi?
Yes.
Councillor Bowman?
Yes.
Councillor Medeiros?
Yes.
Councillor Williams?
Yes.
Councillor Fortini?
Yes.
Councillor Singh?
Yes.
Councillor Dillon? Councillor Dillon?
Sorry, yes, Peter.
Thank you. Mayor Brown?
Yes.
That carries unanimously, 11-0. The next budget is Planning, Building, and Economic Development, 2022 operating, 2022 capital, 2023 and 2024 capital in principle.
Councilor Medeiros, as Chair of Planning, do you want to move that one?
To do so, Mayor.
Okay. Take the vote.
All in favor of the planning budget, please indicate. Councillor Santos. That was a yes. Councillor Vasante.
Yes.
Councillor Willens.
Yes.
Councillor Paleshi.
Yes.
Councillor Bowman.
Yes.
Councillor Medeiros.
Yes.
Councillor Williams.
Yes.
Councillor Fortini.
Yes.
Councillor Singh.
Yes.
Councillor Dillon.
Yes.
Councillor, Mayor Brown.
Yes.
That carries unanimously, 11-0. Mr. Chair, just before we move on, I just staff are advising that it appears we don't show a vote for the Councillor Fortini motion. I believe, Charlotte, that was on snow clearing, and I believe that's 10 point.
Yeah, I understand was we did vote on that, so could we vote on that if we haven't?
Yeah, we're just going to clarify that. I thought we had. It's listed right here, 11.3. My apologies, Councillor Medeiros, you had raised this, but this is moved by Councillor Fortini, seconded by Councillor Medeiros. And the motion was included in the package that was provided to members with the Budget Committee agenda. So a recorded vote, Councillor Vicente, on this one as well?
We had voted on this already, no? But sure, yes.
Recorded vote.
Yes.
All in favor, please indicate. Councillor Santos.
Yes.
Councillor Vicente.
Yes.
Councillor Willens.
Yes.
Sorry, I'm going to just stop the vote for a moment. I'm just telling, staff are just texting that
We did vote on this.
we did vote on this, but the financial assistance was considered under item 8.6 on the agenda. Charlotte, can you just go to 8.6, please?
We like it so
Let's
much.
just vote
we're
on
gonna
it
vote
again.
Twice.
And that vote carried as well. Windrow clearing be a priority for the future winter maintenance budget. So we are caught up on that. So I think we're okay. My apologies for the delay. We're going to go on to, after planning, building and economic development, we have legislative services. And it is the 2022 operating. We do have a declaration by Councillor Fortini. So clause 2 will be voted on without Councillor Fortini. Clause 1 is the 2022 operating, except for compensation portion of the budget. Clause 3 is the 2022 capital, and Clause 4 is the 2023 capital and 2024 capital in principle.
I believe Councillor Williams has a request to speak on this?
Yeah.
Thank you, through you, Mayor Brown. I do have a motion to move under legislative services in regards to by Brampton Enforcement and Bylaw Services.
Councillor Williams will bring that motion up now. Charlotte, that budget, that one that you've highlighted is for the Office of the CAO. There's another motion in regards to enforcement. There we go.
Thank you, Mayor Brown. This was in response to the information we received from by law enforcement that there are a significant number of complaints that come in that need to be dealt with. The pilot project program has been significant in yielding returns. And so in order to see us have the amount of staff that we need, because we do know there's only 24 bylaw officers. In order for us to see the amount of bylaw officers go through the backlog and address a number of the complaints that we get in property standards, we can increase the number of part-time bylaw officers by 4 and use those revenue to cover the cost of the property standards officers by 2. So the motion is in front of you, and I'll just read the therefore be it resolved that the Enforcement and Bylaw Services extend the pilot program and increase the number of permanent part-time bylaw officers by 4 for a total complement of 8 permanent part-time officers. And that Enforcement and Bylaw Services use revenue from the pilot program to increase the number of property standards officers by 2 to address the property standards complaints. That is the motion on the floor, through you, Mayor.
Motion on the floor. Take a vote. Or would ask if anyone opposed? Hearing none, the motion carries.
Mr. Mayor, I had asked for recorded votes on all the articles we're doing today.
We'll do a recorded vote.
So recorded votes requested on Councillor Williams' motion to amend the legislative services budget. All in favor, please indicate. Councillor Santos.
Yes.
Excuse me, Councillor Vasante.
Yes.
Councillor Willens.
Yes.
Councillor Paleshi. Councillor Paleshi.
Yes.
Councillor Bowman.
Yes.
Councillor Medeiros.
Yes.
Councillor Williams.
Yeah.
Councillor
Yes. Can you hear me?
Thank you. Councillor Fortini.
Yes.
Thank you. Councillor Singh.
Yes.
Councillor Dillon.
Yes.
Mayor Brown.
Yes.
That motion carries unanimously, 11-0. So now we're taking a vote on the legislative services budget as amended. And we're only going to take a vote on clauses 1, 3, and 4 to allow Councillor Fortini to vote, after which he'll excuse himself for clause 2. So this is on clause 1, 3, and 4 as amended. All in favor? Councillor Santos?
Yes.
Councillor Vasante?
Yes.
Councillor Willens?
Yes.
Councillor Paleshi?
Yes.
Councillor Bowman?
Yes.
Councillor Medeiros?
Yes.
Councillor Williams?
Yes.
Councillor Fortini? Councillor Fortini?
Yes.
Thank you. Councillor Singh?
Yes.
Councillor Dillon?
Yes.
Mayor Brown?
Yes.
That carries unanimously, 11-0. Now we're taking a vote on clause 2, and Councillor Fortini is excusing himself from the session. Councillor Santos?
Yes.
Councillor Vasante?
Yes.
Councillor Willens?
Yes.
Councillor Paleshi?
Yes.
Councillor Bowman?
Yes.
Councillor Medeiros? Councillor Medeiros? That's a yes.
Yes.
Thank you. Councillor Williams?
Yes.
Councillor Singh?
Yes.
Councillor Dillon?
Yep.
Mayor Brown?
Yes.
That carries unanimously, 10-0. Then we move on to the next budget, which is Office of the CAO. So there's just a 2022 operating budget and 2022 capital. We've grayed out 2023 and 2024 capital in principle, as I don't believe there are any, so I'm just looking to finance to confirm. Okay, so it's just the first two clauses.
And we have an amendment, Councillor Williams?
Yes, through you, Mayor, I do have a motion that is before council. We heard fairly clearly that in order for us to do and accomplish the initiatives that are set out by this term of council in regards to equity and the DE&I strategy, it is important that we have enough staff to cover that. So on the motion, it just says that the Manager Equity Office adjust the operational review timelines and implement a strategy to include additional staffing for the programs in 2022, inclusive of 1 coordinator, 1 advisor, and 1 addition to the 1 senior advisor position requested in support of the Indigenous Reconciliation Project. And that the economic empowerment and anti-Black racism initiatives associated staffing resources are consolidated within the Equity Office. That the Manager Equity Office continues to evaluate internal opportunities for collaboration and consolidation with the city's programs to ensure there are no duplication of efforts within the corporation, and moving forward to have the opportunity to request additional resources to ensure continued alignment with the municipal best practices as needed. That an update will be provided to council by 2022. So that is the motion on the floor. I'm sorry.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Williams, and I've heard about this request loud and clear from the community too. There's a lot of excitement that we created an equity office, but they want to make sure that it's resourced and staffed, and so thank you for putting this forward. We have a motion on the floor.
All members in favor of Councillor Williams' amendment to the CAO's budget, please indicate. Councillor Santos.
Yes.
Councillor Vasante.
Yes.
Councillor Willens.
Yes.
Councillor Paleshi.
Yes.
Councillor Bowman.
Yes.
Councillor Medeiros.
Yes.
Councillor Williams.
Yes.
Councillor Fortini.
Yes.
Councillor Singh.
Yes.
Councillor Dillon.
Yes.
Mayor Brown.
Yes.
That carries unanimously 11-0. The next vote would be on the CAO's budget as amended. All those in favor, please indicate. Councillor Santos.
Yes.
Councillor Vasante.
Yes.
Councillor Willens.
Yes.
Councillor Paleshi.
Yes.
Councillor Bowman.
Yes.
Councillor Medeiros. Councillor Medeiros.
Yes.
Yep, thank you. Councillor Williams.
Yes.
Thank you. Councillor Fortini.
Yes.
Councillor Singh.
Yes.
Councillor Dillon. Councillor Dillon.
Peter, did you call me?
Yes, I did.
I'm sorry, I'm just having audio issues. Yes.
Thank you. Mayor Brown.
Yes.
That carries unanimously 11-0. The next budget is, we do have just a general recommendation on the 2022 operating budget for general government, which is more of a catch-all.
Would that be when I put my motion forward?
I think, through you, Mr. Mayor, I think your motion can come after this one. We have the library and the BIA to do after this, and then that one.
Okay, general government. Moved by Councillor Vasante. I'll take the vote.
All in favor of the motion, please indicate. Councillor Santos.
Yes.
Councillor Vasante.
Yes.
Councillor Willens.
Yes.
Councillor Paleshi.
Yes.
Councillor Bowman.
Yes.
Councillor Medeiros.
Yes.
Councillor Williams.
Yes.
Councillor Fortini.
Yes.
Thank you. Councillor Singh.
Yes.
Thank you. Councillor Dillon.
Yes.
Thank you. Mayor Brown.
Yes.
That carries unanimously 11-0. Before we just go on to a final motion from the mayor, we do have the BIA budget, which is 7.1, Charlotte, and the library budget, 7.2, as just their presentations were received on Monday and Tuesday. So there is their budgets. So although it says carried for, Clause 2 was not voted on, so this would be a vote on Clause 2. Councillor Santos, do you wish to move the BIA budget?
Sure.
All in favor of Clause 2, the 2022 operating budget for the BIA, please indicate. Councillor Santos.
Sorry, I'm on board.
Oh, sorry, I think Councillor Paleshi wishes to speak, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Paleshi?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just with respect to the BIA operating budget request, if there were any future BIAs that started up in Brampton, then how would we look at this BIA receiving the operating monies and those BIAs? Would we determine those BIAs budgets at that time?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I'll start and say yes. This is specific to the downtown Brampton BIA, which is a specific entity, and if there are additional BIAs, they'd be subject to budget approval by council as well separately.
But if they want to start up in the middle of a year prior to budget, then we don't have any monies that have been allocated for that, correct?
There's nothing to my knowledge allocated, and if there is a process set out in the Municipal Act for establishing a new BIA, that would necessitate a council decision at some point, and at that point, council can make decisions about necessary budget amendments if deemed appropriate.
Okay, thanks, Peter.
So a recorded vote's been requested on the 2022 operating budget for the Downtown Brampton BIA. All in favor, please indicate. Councillor Santos?
Yes.
Councillor Vasante?
Yes.
Councillor Willens? Councillor Willens?
Yes.
Councillor Paleshi?
Yes.
Councillor Bowman?
Yes.
Councillor Medeiros?
Yes.
Councillor Williams?
Yes.
Councillor Fortini?
Yes.
Thank you. Councillor Singh?
Yes.
Councillor Dillon?
Yes.
Thank you. Councillor, Mayor Brown?
Yes.
That carries unanimously 11-0. The next is 7.2, the budget for the Brampton Library Board. And Charlotte, if you can, so 2, 3, and 4 is what we'll be voting on. Their 2022 operating budget, the 2022 capital budget, and their 2023 and 2024 capital budget in principle. It will require a mover.
I'll move it, Councillor Singh.
Councillor Singh.
Okay, we'll take the vote.
Yes, a recorded vote's been requested. All in favor of the library budget? Councillor Santos?
Yes.
Councillor Vasante?
Yes.
Councillor Willens?
Yes.
Councillor Paleshi?
Yes.
Councillor Bowman?
Yes.
Councillor Medeiros?
Yes.
Councillor Williams?
Sorry. Yes.
Thank you. Councillor Fortini?
Yes.
Councillor Singh?
Yes.
Councillor Dillon?
Yep.
Mayor Brown?
Yes.
That carries unanimously 11-0. So that concludes the departmental and local board budgets. And I believe we do have one motion from the mayor in terms of just a general motion to wrap up the budget. And Charlotte, I'm not sure, I assume you have it there.
I'd like to put this motion on the floor. It's moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Dillon.
Just a moment, Mayor Brown and members of committee. Just a moment, members of committee, while we prepare the motion. Charlotte, it was an email I forwarded to you. At 3 p.m. So a motion that has a few whereases, and then there's A, B, C, and D. So, Mr. Mayor, members of the committee, we'll just need a moment just to pull that in. And Charlotte, there is a part D that was highlighted yellow. in that email that we'll need to bring in as well. Oh, we don't need D? Okay, Charlotte, we don't need D. It's just A, B, and C. Mr. Mayor, members of the Budget Committee, the motion's on the screen. We're just going to format it a bit so you can see it all at once. But, Mr. Mayor, if you wish to speak to it first.
I think we've had a very healthy budget discussion. We'll have more opportunities to speak on Wednesday night, but I think this would be the all-encompassing motion that puts our budget together again without an additional burden on the backs of families and small businesses. To note, Councillor Dillon was seconding that motion. Any speakers? Councillor Medeiros.
Thank you, Mayor Brown. Just going over the motion, part of it, as I see, is transferring the lease from the West Tower to the capital budget. So that's and that's Brampton Board of Trade spoke against that, and so that's what we've included as part of it. And essentially, so if staff can just remind me again, this now goes, so as we transfer it now to the capital, to a capital lease, what essentially does this do in terms of our obligations? Is it, we're just essentially moving it on to the future to pay for it? Can you just again clarify?
Through the chair, Councillor?
Yeah.
I think yesterday we sent an overview of how we are identifying the number of projects that in consultation with the programs and with finance staff and led by our PMO office, is they have looked at the different projects and tried to see what projects can be removed in order to make enough space that we fund this over the next 3 years. And then going forward, this will become essentially the first part that will be funded in each capital year. And then on top of that, the rest of the program would be built over. So it's basically will be taking part of that reserved for funding over the years.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, Councillor Fortini.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a quick question. When we move that to cap, how's the insurance work and everything else?
So you cut out there at the end, Councillor Fortini. We couldn't hear you in the room.
Yeah, so our insurance, we have, we were paying so much to rent to own, like a lease to own for so many years. How does our insurance and everything else work? 'Cause we have, I think, a deductible $500,000. How will that work after?
Through the chair, to the councillor, there will be no change in how our insurance or the agreement works or any of that matters. The only change that will happen is that instead of this being as part of our operating budget going forward, it will be part of our capital budget. So the source of funding in our budgets will be different, but how the agreement works and the parties that are involved in it, the insurance and everything else remains unchanged.
So we're not paying so much per year now? Is that what we're saying? That we were paying, what, 8.6 million per year? We're not going to be paying it? We're moving it to a different department?
We're going to continue to pay the exact same amount that we have been paying in previous years. around 8.4, a little less than $8.4 million, and that will continue into the future.
How many more years do we have on that?
17 more years.
17 more years. Okay.
17, 17. Yeah.
I wish we would have had these reports in our budget binder. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. No more speakers, so over to the clerk.
Recorded vote is requested on this motion. All in favor, please indicate. Councillor Santos.
Yes.
Councillor Vasante.
Yes.
Councillor Willens.
Reluctantly, yes.
Councillor Paleshi.
Absolutely.
Councillor Bowman.
Yes.
Councillor Medeiros.
Yes.
Councillor Williams.
Yes.
Councillor Fortini.
Yes.
Councillor Singh.
Yes.
Councillor Dillon. Councillor Dillon?
Sorry, can you hear me, Peter?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. Mayor Brown?
Yes.
That carries unanimously, 11 to 0. So, Mr. Mayor, that concludes all the motions. The next item on the agenda is item 12, member question period, followed by item 13, public question period, followed by adjournment.
Okay, member question period. I don't see any questions. For the public question period?
We do have a question, questions that came in late last week from Sylvia Roberts. It's a multi-part question. The first is, why does the corporate asset management plan for assessment growth from new construction to be routed to paying for replacing existing infrastructure instead of for growth assets? Shouldn't growth pay for growth instead of growth paying for existing assets?
Mark?
Yeah, through the chair to the delegate. Ultimately, it's a decision for council. I think the asset management plan is not specifically saying that it's going one way or another. It is saying that this is the amount that we expect assessment growth to come. Council could decide to put it towards existing assets or future assets. That's a decision in the future. But ultimately, I think we need to look at the plan holistically and overall. The assessment growth is a funding source that offsets whatever happens to our asset base in the future.
The next question is from Sylvia as well. When was or will the third hospital site be dedicated?
That may be an in-camera item, wouldn't that be? If it's a... To the clerk?
I don't know. It's a general question regarding the third hospital. I don't know what the answer would be.
Through the chair, we don't have that information now that we can discuss in the public.
Okay. The next question is, does the 2022 budget meet or exceed the 8% greenhouse gas reductions per year needed to meet the 50% reduction target mentioned in motion C312-2021?
Do we have measurements? Do we have readings for this year? Okay, so we'll get that information when it's available.
The final question is, the stormwater levy had not been originally planned to fund Riverwalk. How does the city plan to replenish the tens of millions taken from the stormwater fund for Riverwalk?
Mark?
Yeah, through the chair, I think we've answered this question before, but ultimately, it will take time for us to build up the capacity to spend the amount of funding that will be coming in through the stormwater levy. So ultimately, the Riverwalk is actually a perfect use of those funds in the interim as we build up that capacity. And in 4 to 5 years, we'll hopefully be at that capacity where we're spending that kind of money, the 18 million a year. So until then, This funding it's for stormwater replacement, so this is the best stormwater project for the city, so it's a good use of the funds.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that concludes public question period questions. Closed session's been dealt with. The last item is adjournment.
Okay, so a motion to adjourn until our special council meeting on Wednesday night. Moved by Councillor Fertini to adjourn today's meeting. Is there anyone opposed to that motion? Hearing none, the motion carries. And we will be together on Wednesday night for a special council meeting to ratify the budget. Thank you, Council, for your exhaustive deliberations and for your